more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
To arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
La Hera wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire! La Hera wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk, I need a monk.
Yes.
Food, please.
No. You have a mark.
Wood, please.
You have a mark.
Gold, please.
You made a trade card.
Stone, please.
No. You have a mark.
Yes. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
La Hera wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
All right, so back in the day, back in the day, for many years, everyone who played online was playing a Hunt North. And I kind of miss those days. I kind of miss those days. Because there's no house walling, because you can pump out the scouts, there was a lot of aggression. Games were not as clean, but games were very fun. And I kind of miss those days. Makes me so sad, actually.
cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar, agora, voy, buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar, agora, voy.
Chopper.
Hello, guys. I feel really weird about going from Choppa to the intro. I don't know what's more epic in your minds, but yeah, welcome in, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Titans League Platinum. Thank you for being here already. And we got good sets coming up. First set, honestly, all the sets today, unlike yesterday, kind of feel like they could go either way, potentially. Maybe we see more 2-1s than 3-0s. But yeah, hope everybody is good. Choppa is more epic than the epic swag intro. Well, all right. I mean, that's fine. As long as you guys think something is epic on this stream, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Once again, we are live on YouTube as well as Twitch. Someone in YouTube chat says YouTube Live smells way better than Twitch. So there you go, guys. Apparently, it smells better over there. If you like that option for whatever reason, it will be there for Titans League Platinum. And then afterwards, we'll review and we'll see. How did it go? Did we like this? Did we like that? Did the viewers like this? Did the viewers like that? And we'll see how it all goes. But yesterday was pretty good. Appreciated you all being here. Subs flying in, too. Lots of support. Thank you, Erich. Slacker and Tundra Blitz, thank you for the resubs. What's up, Helios and Finny? Thank you. Cryptics, thanks for the 28, my friend. Welcome, welcome. All right, we've got a lot to dive in here. A lot to dive into here, and it is still early days of Plat, so just give me a second to get used to it. This should be the schedule for the day. What? Hold on. Schedule for the day should be up now. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm going to put this on my intro screen because I think you guys would benefit from just seeing this at the start of the day. ACCM versus Lewis in Group C. And, oh, it's showing gold action. That's bad. Okay. Well, yeah, this is a work in progress. We don't want that because we're not casting gold today. We're casting 3 platinum sets. That is, I think, showing everything that's scheduled for TTL, which is good. But at least for the run of show, that's not correct. So, yeah, fun. Yeah, scheduled today should be 3 sets of platinum. And I know we were supposed to have Hera Lucho yesterday. So we will have Hera Lucho today. And where's the platinum schedule here? Actually, it should just be posted on the other schedule as well. Sorry, guys. I thought it was going to be on that scene. My bad. ACCM Lewis, Hera Lucho, and then Dark Mihai. Ooh, that Dark Mihai series that's interesting. Because what do you guys think about that one? Like, what direction do you think that goes? I don't know. I have no clue. Because Dark was top 4 last time. Mihai, I've been waiting for him to be like that consistent top 16 player, that consistent top 10 player. He kind of can go either way, so I think Hera Lucho is the set you look at, and Hera Lucho is the set where you have maybe the clear favorite. But even ACCM Lewis, I think ACCM is the favorite, but there are no guarantees because Lewis is playing really solid these days. Especially if Lewis is training, which he had to do to get promoted. He played very well in gold the previous season. Yeah, we'll see. Yo, Ron Booth, thank you so much, man. He says, love the league. Thanks, T90. Let's go ACCM. Thank you so much. What's up, T-Cone and YouTube? What's up, Fang? What's up, Nathan? Also, see my mods doing their work over there. Good morning, Platinum. What's up, Shonesney? Hello, bro. Bro says, Lewis is not playing solid in ladder the last 2 weeks, FYI. Well, if Age of Empires 2 ladder mattered, then I think the pecking order of pros would look very differently. The ladder is important to an extent. Like maybe you can look at it and say someone's in good shape or bad shape, but what you don't know is, are they playing practice sessions offline? Do they really care about a ranked ladder versus 64K league? We'll see. We'll see. I thought Lewis is playing good at Red Bull, and if I know him, he probably was doing some practice sessions. So he might be prepped today. And ACCM's the same. ACCM barely plays ranked ladder, and ACCM will have been doing like best of fives or maybe play all 3 practice sets for this format because that's what we've got. So let's look through the groups real quick. Just remind ourselves, familiarize ourselves with what the groups look like because it's still early for me. So it normally takes me a week or 2 to memorize the groups. I don't know if you guys are ever able to fully memorize the groups because it's a lot with 24 players each. But we're looking at Group D to start it all off. First, I'm just going to show... Oh, that's not good. First, I need to press a button, which allows you to see everything. And then we're in business. No more T90 blind for chat, right? Here you go. So we got Leary, MBL, Barles, Tato, Lix, and Rapart in Group A. Group B's got Yo, Hart, Hera, Lucho, Vinchester, and Sizcon. The 3 sets that we did yesterday, 2 were from Group A, 1 was Group B. So we didn't see anything from Group C or Group D yet. Group C, that's a crazy group, man. ACCM, freaking Andy, Lewis, Nikov, Running, and Sebastian. So it was Running, and it was Lewis that both had been promoted from the lower league for this season. So typically, those are the players you expect to just go right back down, right? But I think in both cases, Running, there's precedent. He's been in Platinum before. He if he's preparing and is sharp, could snag some wins and survive. And then Lewis is really solid. So we'll see. He's going to have to prove himself here. And then you got Dark, Mihai, Sato, Dragonstar, and Viper, and Vivi in Group D. Which, that group, really hard for me to predict. Viper had a weak group last time. A weak group performance last time. And then ended up losing in the round of 12 of the playoffs to Sebastian, I think. And Dark and Viper were in the same group last time, and Dark beat him. So I was looking to see when do they play. They play second week. So I'm interested in that series. I don't know if Viper will care about that, but I know Dark will remember that. He was extremely prepped and was able to take down the Snake. So yeah, over time, I guess I should show you this too. Over time, after the group stage completes, bottom 2 in each group relegated out. 4th place just stays alive for the Platinum League. And then you have the round of 12. The players who fall into the round of 12 for the playoffs come from 2nd and 3rd place. So these positions here. If you're in 2nd place, you play a 3rd place from another group. And then 1st place immediately gets a bye into the quarterfinals, waiting for those winners. Eventually, you have a champion. And of course, you got a little 3rd place match to determine 3rd place. But yeah, that's basically it. Any questions, any thoughts, guys? Please ask. While we have a little bit of time here, this is maybe the only time because we're going to have games all day today. But yeah, 3 sets a day is the goal. Friday through Monday for Platinum. And then there will be the occasional break when we break from Platinum so we could do the gold and the silver playoffs too. So that's important to me to give that coverage as players are trying to get promoted. So we're doing a lot this year. And yeah, it's been fun to start so far. All right. Cloud says, can we already see the predictions for these matchups? So on the topic of the predictions in the fantasy, I think predictions leaderboard isn't ready yet. I was hoping it would be ready today. I don't think it is yet. I think the fantasy leaderboard is there. So that should be accessible, but I don't think it is yet. I'll actually double check myself, but I was just reading some of the stuff from the team. I don't think it's there just yet. So that'll be as soon as we can get it, basically. Sorry about that, but getting all that stuff ready has been a bit of a headache, it seems. What is my favorite salmon-based breakfast? What a question. I mean, I honestly haven't really had salmon for breakfast that frequently. I really like salmon, but salmon for breakfast has just not really been something I've experienced a lot. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me what I should try, and then I'll try it. How's that? But I don't have an answer for you there. Let me just get the draft up. We got the civs. They're doing the maps right now. Really curious what they pick and what they ban, obviously. Yeah, so ACCM bans slopes, which is more of a standard land map. Lewis maybe doesn't like the water maps because he bans Northern Crossing. Lewis will have mud flow, and then ACCM goes African River. Okay, so they ban from here. I see there's questions. But yeah, they ban from here. There will then be 3 maps remaining. Of those 3 maps, the system randomly selects the first one. So it's a little different than the previous seasons. They have a lot of control over what they can play, but there's just that little bit of randomness at the tail end. But that doesn't actually show on screen, so I'll tell you what it randoms from the final 3. Crack Ronnie, I think Lewis is really good. Yeah, I mean, Lewis is... There's a couple players who got promoted who I feel maybe belong to stay in Platinum. Lewis is one of those. So I think Lewis is a great player. I think especially if he's prepared. If he's... Like, sometimes you'll have people get promoted and they're like, they just YOLO and they don't do any practice. They don't really take their chances seriously. And then it struggles. But like, yeah, I think if he takes his chances, I think he can stay alive at least in Platinum. But every win counts. So he's got to be sharp at the start. And ACCM is historically very good in TTL. He gets his wins in group stage. I think he might have been playoffs every single time, but there's been a lot of seasons, so. T90, you should try eggs and bacon. Oh, I've had eggs and bacon, but I haven't had like salmon and bacon. Salmon and eggs sounds decent, but you guys are telling me to try lox. Is lox a salmon? Some salmon blend? I don't know. Oh, we got some fun maps remaining after these bans, by the way. Stranded, Bypass, Zimbabwe, High Tides, and Quarry have not been banned yet. Lewis bans Quarry. I would love a Game 1 Bypass, Stranded, or Zimbabwe. ACCM's last ban. And it's High Tides, dude. That's funny. So it was... He banned Stranded, and then it was High Tides, Bypass, or Zimbabwe, and we get High Tides. That's crazy discrepancy in map type. Because the other two are fairly close. So this is going to be a really active, really aggressive series then. Very open maps, all 3 of them. Not maps you can wall up to easily. T90 should try smoked salmon with scrambled eggs and sourdough bread. That sounds really good. I think you're from Norway. So if you are Norwegian, I will take your advice on the salmon. I feel like that's typically how it goes, right? Cloud Pierce, I don't know if it's possible to show that because it's a unique concept. We would have to have a whole nother category on the screen. It doesn't typically show for the draft, right? So even here, I'm just pulling from the draft website. So this is the draft website. It doesn't show here either. The only place I could look is when the draft is developing. You get to see what's remaining here. So I think what would probably have to happen for me to show those things instead of just tell you is AOE2CM.net would have to have some feature there so I could toss it up on screen. So for now, you just have to listen to my words, which is kind of lame, I know. So T90, is there a problem with your website? Why does it show MBL has a higher probability for first in his group when both he and Leary won 3-0 after one set? I could look, see what you mean. I haven't seen what you're talking about. Okay, so my first thought when a user said that, it was like, I wonder if it's going to be like 0.1% or something. That's exactly what it is. Oh no, the probabilities are broken. Oh no, it's horrible. That's so bad. I guess we got to cancel the whole idea. I have to speak. I don't manage it. There's probably some logic there. I don't really know. It might be. I don't think it should be based on strength of player, right? None of it should be based on like who they have to play, which could maybe be the only explanation there. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, I mean it's essentially the same. But will become important to get that right once things become a little bit closer, right? Yeah, it could be a rounding error or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I like that people are paying attention to the details of that. I like that a lot. Even if I don't think it's significant, I love that a lot. I love my chat as long as it's not them paying attention to the details when I make mistakes. I love my chat paying attention to stuff like that, so. JBR says Leary's ahead on L versus M. Are you saying like alphabetical? That'll be the case for Liquipedia, yeah. Liquipedia will sort things alphabetically if there's no other potential for tiebreak, but that's mainly early on, so. Baronian, thanks again for the 2 months with Prime. Huge Dome, thank you for the 2 years, my friend. Wow, someone named Platinum has now resubbed for 7 months. Oh, very fitting. Marak says, T90, if you want to see broken probabilities, look at Silver Group B. Okay, so you're saying there's something there too? I'm not going to show that right now because we've got the Civ draft. Let me see. Jondren, I'm feeling good, man. Man United won their 4th game in a row. Oh, yeah. The one, Silver Group B is broken because we have chart on there twice. That we're aware of. That actually I never sent a message on. I thought it was passed along. So thank you for the reminder there. But yeah, I think that's literally just, there was an extra instance of chart added there, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm doing good. I got to watch United win this morning. Got a workout in, got some good food, did a little bit of meal prep for my Titans League streams. I've got the whole day planned out, man. We've got some good Age of Empires action. I've got my water. I've got my AIS, ass in seat, and I'm ready to go. So, yeah, can't complain. Chat's here. Support's good. But yes, excitement's getting there. Yes, I'm a Man United fan, which typically I've been a little bit terrified to bring up. Right now, I'm completely fine with saying it. But, you know, the last 10 years have been a little bit painful, so. Usually, I haven't been scheduling my life around watching them because, well, even if they were doing better, I still just don't schedule my life around watching them because I'm streaming all the time for you guys. But it's obviously been a pretty good 2-week stretch, so can't complain about that. Yo, Star Wars! Big fan of Star Wars as well. Let's go Star Wars. Dodge is in chat. Thank you so much, man. But yeah, I grew up watching United, and my my username is based on the football boots, the cleats, the T90s. It's not because my first name is Tristan and and I was born in 1990, because I was not born in 1990. I know that's confusing, but yeah. Also, I had no clue when I came out with my name that if you were to just search T90, that the first thing that would pop up is a Russian tank. Nope, no clue. No freaking clue. I mean, if I knew I was going to have an audience, I probably wouldn't have named myself after a shoe. Let's be real. But here we are. So, what are you going to do? Japanese, Dravidians, and Malay for Lewis. So he's gone for a lot of the hybrid picks. It's a lot of infantry archer civs for him. Whereas ACCM has Georgians and Magyars, so that's more of your standard. I mean, Georgians can play well on hybrid maps, but still, you're playing in more towards like knights or cav archers. So there's definitely a military focus difference here. They'll pick 5 civs for the play all 3. So. A T90, are you getting married soon, or am I imagining that? Yes, I'm getting married this year. I've been engaged for 4 years, so, which for some people is crazy. For us, it was all part of the plan, so it's no biggie, but it is wild to know that that's actually happening soon, so. Yeah, about damn time. I agree. I am so sick of saying fiance. I'm so sick of saying that. It was cool for like the first 2 months. But I just feel so pretentious when I say my fiance. And I don't think there should be anything wrong with it, but that's just my feeling on it. I'm just ready to say wife, you know? Yeah, 4 years. Roughly 4 years. I don't know. I should probably know how long we've been engaged. But I have too much AoE on my mind right now because this draft is finished. I think something like 4 years. So, you guys, some of you guys have been around this whole time. I see the 14s in chat. Games are going to start very soon. The game number 1 between Lewis and ACCM should be launching. We then will have Hera versus Lucho, and then Dark versus Mihai. Jumping around the groups today. If you guys want information on this, on YouTube, I should have it all pinned for you. So, if you look at the top of chat, you can look at the new TTL merch. I know some people have been getting some mugs, getting some shirts. We got some cool stuff on there. I'm not going to sell out too hard with it. You guys know, if you guys want it, it's there, but I'll just show you. We got some new items on there. I haven't seen Zipper Hoodie Guy yet. Zipper Hoodie, I think Bramwell is the viewer's name, for years has been asking for Zipper Hoodies. We got some different colors of Zipper Hoodies and stuff. We got mugs, we got shirts. So if you guys want to chip in, support the event, and also get something in return, you got some of the stuff on the new site. But anyways, all the information's pinned. If you want to see our website, which has the probabilities and has the prediction and has the fantasy stuff, that's pinned. On Twitch, I don't have it pinned, but you can use the TTL command or you can use the Platinum command to look at all that stuff. So, Ace John says, thank you for not selling out too hard. Hate it when people beg for money. Can someone please gift me a sub? Well played, Ace John. Well played. I see what you're doing there. We'll see if that works. Alex, thank you for the 22. Thank you, Bear Care, for the 27. T90's mum has subscribed. T90's mum. That is not my mom. At least I don't think so. I don't think she has a Twitch account. Maybe I'm wrong. But I doubt that is her. Even though they do have Amazon Prime and could subscribe for free. But no, I don't think that's my mom. We don't say mum here. We say mom, but I think T90's mom. I think T90's mom is also another viewer. There's also there's T90 Bro Official, who is not my brother, and he's been subbed here for like over 2 years. There is actually a T90 Bro. If you ever see just T90 Bro with no official or anything, that is actually my brother. He will occasionally pop his head out. He's got a VIP badge though, so that's how you know it's real. T90 Bro Official says, I am your brother. I mean, maybe there's a sibling I was never told about. T90's mom, are you there? Can you confirm? Do I have a long-lost sibling? Yo, D-Dub, thank you for the prime. Yeah, it's mum, so it must be a Lewis fan who's just subscribed. Rooting for Lewis. See if Lewis can start off Platinum League. How he's dreaming here with a couple wins. I think I predicted Lewis to survive in maybe 4th place in the group. It's a really difficult group, as are they all. Forget what I said in this group. I might have even said Lewis in third place in the group. Once the prediction website can actually show everyone's predictions, we can go along. I think I was 100% yesterday. I think I predicted everything correctly yesterday. But yeah, what place would you predict Lucho in this? Sorry, not Lucho. Lewis in this group. I think ACCM is consistently insane in Titans League. I'd put him in the top 2. Sebastian has been looking really good. My feeling was maybe Sebastian's also in the top 2. Nikov was top 4 last season of Titans League, but he only had 6 wins in group stage. That's crazy he even made playoffs and then was able to go on that run. So, in running, might struggle to hang around. Freaking Andy, I think, got 9 wins last time. He beat Hera. He was the only one to beat Hera in the group the 1 year. So, I don't know. I think I'd put Lewis top 4. But then who's going down? I guess running's going down with Andy and Nikov. I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough to say. Yeah, I used to have a mod that would remove all the menu sounds from the game, and then they pushed out a patch, and now it doesn't work. So if you occasionally hear a random horse, that's not like some horse right here, or anything behind me. That's just the main menu of the game. They're going to start game number 1 here in a second. But yeah, based on the draft, we'll see how game number 1 looks, but I actually think this is a decent map pool for both. Big question for me is, why did Lewis pick Bengalis? Is he going to try something crazy and try some fast castle approach with the Bengalis? Go for a wild card strat? It's not a very Lewis thing to do, but if he's been practicing, could be a good option for him. I think ACCM has a fairly predictable draft. I think he'll play Georgians, Magyars, or Khmer on Mudflow. He could end up going like Incas on High Tides. I really like Incas on High Tides. The more I think about it, I think ACCM goes Georgians on African River. He goes Magyars or Khmer on Mudflow. Or Vietnamese, to be honest. And then I think Incas on High Tides. Incas on High Tides, it would be a very ACCM move. Try and use the Eagle. And if you use the Eagle, snipe the Dock Villager. And then just spam Eagles and play really aggressive. So, yeah, with my fantasy team, I didn't pick Hera because he's too expensive, man. He's too expensive. That's why I'm real pumped for fantasy this year. Because it was really difficult for me to justify getting everybody I wanted at the top because of the price differences. So, I have Leary, Barles, Sebastian, ACCM, Lewis, and Mihai. What? I have ACCM and Lewis? Oh my God. So I'm guaranteed to win or I'm guaranteed to lose. Well, I didn't think that one through. I guess after this first round, it's fine. But yeah, that's my fantasy team. I'm currently tied for 101st. Wait, we had 1,300 teams? Yo, that's sick, guys. That is so much more than what we had in the past. We have... wow, that's ridiculous. Well, I mean, everyone hasn't played yet, but we do have a bunch of people who are somehow tied for first. Even though, how are they tied for first with this year? I guess that's what they could get. Yeah, I think that's their how many points they have now and what their maximum potential... Not even fully understanding that right now. But anyways, fun stuff to look at. We still haven't launched into game number 1. They'll be there soon. But yeah, welcome in, guys. In my case, I think I would have had to pick someone like that was 2 points if I ended up trying to snag Hera or Viper. Viper, I wasn't really sure I could trust to get as many wins. So I ended up with Leary for my most expensive player in the fantasy team. Yeah, Sherlock, to be fair, I've just been so focused with everything that goes with covering the event and running the event. I don't have certain aspects of the site memorized just yet, so. Vids, if you want to see your team, you go to the fantasy tab and just search for your team name. So this is where if you named your team something that's not memorable, like if you named your team some random name that's not yours, then it's tough. But there's a search function there, and you should be able to see it. But yeah, I did all my fantasy and all my predictions 10 minutes before my stream yesterday. I woke up early. I had to go drive Dave to the airport, had to come back through crazy traffic, and then we had to set up streaming on YouTube and streaming on Twitch at the same time, testing a couple of the overlays. So that's gonna be my complaint. That's gonna be my excuse if my teams don't go well. But we'll see. But the predictions is something I care about the most, because that's just straight up prediction on the sets. Games, wins, won and lost. Fantasy's a little bit different than that, so. All right. How was your dinner date with Dave? ? It was not a dinner date. It was a dinner, okay? It was a dinner. Now T90's Poppy has subscribed. So T90's mom and T90's Poppy has subscribed. Who are you people? Who is this? Is this the same person on different accounts? Oh, hold on. You know what's really disappointing, guys, is none of my uncles don't have Twitch accounts. My uncles don't watch the stream. Neither do my aunts. Neither do my cousins. Neither do my grandparents. No one watches the stream from my family. It's super weird. That's definitely not my pop. Oh my God, I didn't even just saying the words weird. We'll see how committed they are to the bit. 60 seconds till we're in. Get your predictions in, chat. I think I've got to lean towards the experience here from ACCM. I'm going to go ACCM 2-1. Do think Lewis is a really solid player. I do think he'll be prepared. And so with that in mind, I'm going to give Lewis 1 win. But ACCM, he's the player who's tons of experience, typically able to elevate his play in tournaments. And every win counts. You play everyone in the group in a play all 3. There's $30 on the line per win, but there's $64,000 total prize pool. Players like this are good enough to maybe go deep into the playoffs too. So they need to be top 3 in the group. Top 3 in the group, and realistically avoid the bottom 2, which for Lewis should be a potential reality because he was just promoted. This is his first time in Platinum League. People don't want to hear that, though, with Lewis. People want to believe Lewis can move on and do it all. That says a lot about how good he is. These colors are incredibly painful, so forgive me as thank God, change that. And welcome, everybody. We've got some Titans League action. Lewis, newly promoted player. He is in Platinum for the first time. And it, just kind of feels like with how good he's been playing that he might have what it takes to stay there. We do have 4 different groups, and everyone will play each other in the group in a play all 3. There's a peek at the overall standings. There's a lot on your screen right there, but what you're looking for right there is looking at Group C. So this is the opening games of Group C, and we'll see what ACCM is able to bring to the table. He goes for the Georgians. Map is High Tides, where you have a lot of multitasking needed. You have the water at the north, which will matter and will play its role, and then you have a very open base over on land. Now, eventually, you do have this as well. You can't forget about the potential for the fish down here at the south. There's also the hunt. This doesn't usually see as much play because players don't want to take the risks. But you also have the stone. You also have the gold down here. That's something you need to think about long term. But yeah, this is a really good map, which I will say is definitely a bit more closed off for Lewis. I mean, it feels like he's got an extra wood line or 2. And if there's one thing with Lewis, Lewis really likes to wall. He's a bit of a waller boy. He'll always play safe. He's not a player who really thrives in the open, aggressive games. If ACCM controls these hills, he's got a really good situation. He'll control the stone and the gold, have his main gold in the back, and he's got plenty of wood lines. It's just noticing, I think, this area in particular, very easy wall off there for Lewis, and a nice back gold. So that's not bad. Just need to do a couple housekeeping things. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you. Testing out the live streams on YouTube, so thanks for that. The uploads are still going to go to the extras channel, so not the main channel. I will still also be uploading my normal videos. I have like 5 games I need to record this week. So I think the main channel is going to be a little slower in terms of uploads than what I'd like. But that's just because I'm going to be covering Titans League pretty much every day. If you want to support TTL, there's a lot of different ways. The best way would be to just subscribing to any platform, right? 70% goes towards me. You don't get the ads. You get the emotes. You know, there's all that good stuff, which all you guys probably know. If you can't support financially or monetarily or whatever, that's cool too. You know, honestly, comments, likes, being here, letting people know about it, interacting with some of the features we have is all good stuff too. So, also, if you're someone who maybe wants something in return beyond just me saying thanks or just the emotes or no ads, we do have the merch, so check it out. I switched companies. I did a test with the quality of it, much better than what I had on Teespring for a long time. And we'll probably be showing some of that stuff on stream and doing giveaways as well. Yeah, maybe you'll get lucky. But more to come on that later. So, docks in the north for both. And they both are just docked right next to each other here, which sometimes happens on this map. Lewis is later to the dock, though, because with that Georgian start with the free mule cart, you don't spend any wood. Noticing, okay, the villager's just getting stuck there. I find with mule carts right now that sometimes villagers will get a little stuck on them. So I got paranoid that ACCM would have an idol. ACCM saw the action here, so I think he knows that Lewis will have a dock. You have to dock on this map pretty much. If you don't dock in Dark Age, you would have to kill very quickly. But the water's not everything. We'll see if ACCM is inclined to go water against the Italians. Cheaper dock technologies is really strong bonus. Cheaper to go up to the next stage as well. So Italians are definitely the more natural civ to fight on water. But Georgians are the more natural civ to fight on land. So far, ACCM's on the way up. No indicators yet. We'll see if they pull these villagers. He might be looking for that villager from Lewis to see if he can kill it. He could wall it in, actually. If you wall it in, then Lewis can't build a second dock with this villager. It's an actual strategy. Lewis's scout is down here in the south. And now ACCM is placed in the palisades. Honestly, I would have really liked to see him not attack there and give Lewis an idea. That's really good work from Lewis. Lewis knew exactly what was about to happen, and his build is to go for the 2 docks. So he moves in and he drops the palisade wall. And now ACCM says, sup, bro. I could do the same thing. I think ACCM needs to wall this, though. So you build your dock, and then you build 2 palisades so this villager can't escape. Repair villagers can be really important on water. So yeah, essentially the same build for both. Both players prioritizing water. Lots on wood. And villagers going to gold. This will be all about the transitions here. These are really tight builds to produce and win quickly on water, but they both basically have the same build. And there's no major differences at all, actually. Look at this. They'll hit fuel age at the same time. They both have 2 docks. They both have the same amount on gold. They both have the same amount on wood. They both will have to decide on when they transition into a barracks, potentially an archer range or a stable. So yeah, I would say it's still a small advantage for ACCM because his repair villager can actually be free. But Lewis can still repair with this vill, and ACCM might get a little too excited. I'm trying to kill that. ACCM sees the barracks now, so he knows that Lewis will transition into land. He's actually going to attack the villager, though. But now we have the villager being attacked up here. There should be a fire galley, though. Fire galley's there. Lewis will go for the vill kill. It's risky, but he gets it. He gets it, and he's going to lose his own villager. So both players kill a villager at the start. Barracks is obviously delayed for Lewis. And what you'll do here is you'll use your docks to block some of the fire damage. Or you use the fire galleys and you position your strong fire galley in front. Really awkward, especially when there's going to be demos. Both players have demos in queue. Barracks complete. Demo! Ooh, that demo was really nice. But it could have been better. It could have been better. Lewis's micro is patient. It may be a little too patient. But no, he gets some value. That's okay. I really just wonder, will someone break with these transitions? So far, it's super smooth. ACCM will bring a villager to the north to get the repairs. ACCM finds some sheep. Basically, your eco was set up to produce villagers just from the 3 fishing ships. But if you want ecotechs and you want blacksmiths and you want anything else, you have to go to the berries. You have to eventually farm. All while things could go terribly wrong here. Villager's actually free. She'll have to go back in. Would be really funny if ACCM drops a house there or something. Another demo's on the way here. ACCM scout is alive. That is not the case for Lewis. That scout is full HP for ACCM, so he should be able to make informed decisions. But the demo comes in again. That's a really nice demo for ACCM. And Lewis doesn't lose that fire there. There's some weak ships back here. And Lewis knows it. Lewis will lose one of his own, though. The villager being here is so important for ACCM. Ultimately, though, guys, like, someone's going to win water. But at this point, your economies are pretty large on land. It's not like you just have 18 villagers anymore. We've got 27. So they're both going to continue to do this. Oh my god, the demo was stuck! The demo is stuck between the docks. That is tragic. But also tragic is that the scout for ACCM could go down, and now he has to leave. That's so frustrating with ships sometimes. If you have that little pocket of space, they can just get stuck in there. But yeah, water isn't everything anymore. They both have been so close. It's really not going to be something they have to focus on as much. ACCM might move in and kill the villager and win water right now as we say it, though. And Lewis gets the quick balls. Man, Lewis is playing super sharp. That's a crazy save. But, oh, now he loses the villager and his fishing ships have to run. And now you wonder, will Lewis have the farms down? He's going to try that. He does have the walls in the backside. He is making archers. He's got one archer in there. ACCM is actually playing skirmishers. Crazy game. Crazy game. This is why, would you guys agree both these players could do something in playoffs? Because, I mean, the level's so good from both of them. And clearly they're in good shape. Clearly they have their builds down. They went for the same exact build, essentially. It is kind of rare, right? When someone comes up from the lower league, it's kind of rare that you don't immediately say that they're just going to get relegated again. But, I mean, Lewis is one of the exceptions. I think he could perform well here. His farms are more than fine. Farms are going to be the key. Berries are fine, too. ACCM losing that scout there is an issue. He can't track this easily. But if he sees this, he can jump on this. And it was spotted. ACCM's insane. He had half a second to see that. He does see it. And he's got skirms with armor. And he's got skirms with fletching. So should be able to chase this down. Good decision from him. Run after the archers. The spearmen are throwaways for Lewis. The fight's continuing to happen up here. And it looks like Lewis is retaking water again. So again, like, I don't really know how much water is going to end up mattering now. Because they both have similar situations there. Demo got sniped. ACCM will have to be careful with that villager. ACCM kills 2 spears. He kills 1 archer. Not the end of the world for Lewis, but he might need something that counters skirms. He might need to consider a stable here. But yeah, every player who played and got promoted from gold, they did so because they saw the opportunity and they worked hard then. They're going to have to continue to work hard now. The fishing ships for ACCM are barely working. They're going to go down. Lewis's are actually working. I think ACCM has an opportunity to just harass, but he didn't take it. He should be here. I think he's expecting Lewis to go scouts. But that's not what Lewis is doing at all. These berries could be denied. But he's waited around for it. He hasn't seen anything yet. Nice walls from ACCM. Both players using the market at the same time. And selling stone at the same time, dude. And Lewis will see the market rates. He got slightly worse market rates. He'll know his opponent's done it as well. That's crazy. Yeah, and here comes the army. Lewis is making no land army right now. He just has 3 archers sitting inside the range. Or maybe inside the TC. And he pays the price. Loses 1 vill. That's good harassment from ACCM. But Lewis is up. And Lewis will wall the backside. So in his base, he just has gold. He has lots of wood. He does have 1 stone. So that's enough for now. Lewis actually brought the archer to the north to kill off the Vil. So, seems like if anyone's winning water, it's going to be Lewis, but there's always going to be a new demo or two from ACCM. Army-wise, I think Lewis is just going to be playing skirmishers. He doesn't really have a ton, and he's really paranoid about being pressured back here. But that's not the case for ACCM. I think he also wants to go kill that archer. Nice demo from ACCM. Kill the archer, but also just kill the repair villagers, so it stops contributing on water. Really nice game. Second archer range from ACCM. He's also making skirms. And he'll kill that villager. So Eco KD will end up being 5-5. I'm not loving the resources for ACCM right now. It might actually be worthwhile to give up on water. He's investing a lot into trying to retake water. He's not floating a ton of resources. Whereas Lewis, I guess he's just floating more golds. That's why I'm happy with this situation. But he could also just spam a couple fishing ships up here. It's a slight eco lead. I think also the Georgians with their churches have the increased work rate, so that's a slight eco lead for them. Even just being able to do this with just that one mule cart, that's nice for your eco. But the trade I like about Lewis is he will bend, but he will never break. Where what he lacks compared to someone like ACCM as a whole, I would say, is the ability to really find the killer attack timings. So that's the painful thing. And that's something he's going to have to work on over time. Or not, right? You look at someone like Hera, who used to be, I mean, and still is, extremely defensive at times. High-level AoE2 could be extremely defensive. And bro, again! Never build docks side by side with a little gap like that. Hard to plan for it. That's the second wasted demo for ACCM. And if he had 2 demos that landed, then maybe he would have water right now. Range units are behind the wood line here. Second TC for ACCM. So the composition is going to be skirms for both. And this is going to go late, man. This is going to be a long game. 3 town centers for Lewis. There we go. A sneak dock from ACCM. But guys, look at Lewis. Thoroughly checking the shoreline. Understanding that that could be a play from ACCM. That is a perfectly placed dock from ACCM. But Lewis just on top of it and aware of how the game can flow. I love that. That's crazy. And he also micros it as well. So he double checks. So initially he just patrols the shoreline, but he repositioned there. Might want to snag the War Galley upgrade now. He does have some weak ships. So maybe it's even worth repairing, but even that's kind of difficult to do because you don't have a villager up here anymore. Church in the eco for ACCM. Not in love with that position, honestly. Like, I would prefer that to be over here because it protects the woodline and the golds. Lewis is just camping in his base right now. And he's adding eco. So no major moves for map control from him. But he does have the economy lead. Could always try and recover. ACCM needs walls here. You need a wall on either side and you can block the fires. I think he believes he cannot be ranged right now and he's busy. But if he loses that Vil, he could lose the dock and he doesn't have the repairs for the ships as well. And, well, probably would have died anyways, to be honest. Yeah, lots of weak fire ships here. And it's frustrating for ACCM. You've wanted damage this entire game, and Lewis is just like, nope, not happening, man. Not happening. I'm going to sit behind the walls. I think the army type that could make sense for ACCM would be Siege. He's already on it. I would have liked to see the Siege Workshop a little bit earlier, but you also have to add so much economy here. Lewis is also perfectly spread out his fire ships. But ACCM's on the move. And I don't think Lewis is paying attention to that right now. It's kind of an interesting move. If ACCM pays attention, he could just use this fire on this and then have free reign of the fish. But yeah, he's just hoping to kill the fish. And yeah, he realized that's weak. He just doesn't want Lewis to have a lot of fishing eco. Will the demo see the fishing ships? He's looking. He doesn't see it. I think Lewis knows he's out there. Yeah, Lewis knows something's up. So Lewis... Actually, I think Lewis was looking for a fish. really it just comes back to the land situation because Lewis is moving out now. And Lewis will see this. Doesn't know about the Siege Workshop until right now. And now you've got to back up. This is where Lewis needs to play big army. When you're up against Siege and 1 or 2 knights, I think you could play your own knights. I think playing light cav here could be a good move too. But the monks are there to convert the knights. The monks don't get the conversions, and the siege is coming in from ACCM. So much gold on the front of Lewis's base long term. He just has this gold. He just has this stone. So if ACCM holds the map control, this could get dangerous. Another monk down for Lewis. That is 3 monks down. He doesn't have that much gold. He needs army. I would love to see stables here from him. But I think he's playing the imp timing. Fishing ships didn't end up going down, so they're still working. Siege push starting for ACCM. Behind this, he'll start to cook up. Look at the resources collected as well, guys. Extremely close. But ACCM was the first one to stone. So he already has 400 stone. I would say a defensive castle would make sense here. Castle on the front to protect yourself. Lewis will find some counter damage at some point. And Lewis is tough to break. I don't think you're the one that... I don't think Lewis is the type of guy where you want to drop a castle on his face here. That could be overextending, but... ACCM pretty locked in. Holding that map control. Getting the relics back home now. There's a relic down here too, which he should know about. There's also a relic on water, which he might not get. Because the fires are there. I don't like a forward castle here. I know you guys love forward castles. But there's a couple reasons why. First off, because there's a siege workshop right here. So forward castle is extremely risky. And you're getting the relics and all these things are good for late game. So you don't want to throw. Second reason why, Italians have a cheaper imp. Lewis has not shown any food spend. So he hasn't gone for knights or light cap. Lewis could easily just go up to imp faster than you and treb it down. The church is interesting. Because churches are kind of hard to take down. They're really strong fortifications. So that suddenly makes this look way more menacing from Lewis's position. Love this from Lewis. You do have to start to think about the other areas of the map. He is working on his first relic. But he is going to lose a market. And that's a building. Look at the ram micro from ACCM. He loses it, but he was definitely microing it. I think ACCM will feel like if he just holds the map control in this game, he can win this. But he'll run through. He'll get to look around back here. He never really got to know. He knows about this. He's parked some army here. And he knows about this gold and this stone. So experience should tell him the situation. And like have run through. He actually doesn't catch vision of that castle foundation because the castle was blocked by the skirms. And Lewis still hoping for conversions with the monks for once this game. He is to fall back. He'll lose his siege workshop. He builds a defensive castle. This is the perfect position for ACCM. Maybe not for some viewers. But I just think he's got to play the long game now. And you always just have to accept with Lewis that he's not going to break. Lewis is kind of on a bit of a timer. Because he will run out of this gold. He's got 1,800 gold left there. But that's enough to make a sizable army. It's just frustrating for him that he hasn't been able to really move out and find an army that makes a lot of sense to me. He still has unupgraded skirmishers here. But then again, it's unupgraded cav for ACCM, and ACCM loses his cav there. Okay, ACCM, he sees this. He knows that Lewis has been able to sneak over and town center this, but that is a frustrating feeling. You cannot let him get that gold. I think down here he's got the right idea. There's still a relic. There's so much stone and gold here. What do you make with military against the Italians if they're making Genoese crossbowmen, though? Lewis is adding fishing ships. Lewis is adding fish traps there. Lewis might just want to aim for a castle here. You get a castle on this hill right now, and suddenly you've got so much more gold. This is interesting, too, because you've got this gold as well. I think Italian late game just kills a lot that the Georgians can offer if they get to Genoese crossbowmen and hussar. I saw that when it was Way versus Italians in what was it, Silver League. And Lewis knows it. Lewis has really nice farming eco. Lewis was just able to, like we said, bend and not break. And the Genoese are out. They have crazy bonus damage against cav. That is what the Georgians are known for. Oh man, ACCM will be so disappointed when he sees Imp and he knows about this castle. It completely changes the game. If he would have been happy with this push and started to shift this way, well, I guess Lewis then could just have castled here. So that's the double-edged sword of it. But any type of army pressure there, more than just one archer, one skirmisher, could have denied that town center. It's definitely just going to be full skirms right now for ACCM. I think maybe he's seeing Lewis might want to take this stone. That is one thing that Lewis doesn't have a lot of access to. The gold, he has plenty now. Spawn towers for ACCM. So that affects the fortifications. That's the towers and also the fortified churches. You have to garrison the fortified churches, though, for them to be affected by that. Isn't that also just all fortifications? So your castles as well, your town centers. ACCM will have 4 relics. He just picked up one from the south, and there's tons of stone and gold there. If he can hold from Lewis at the first couple waves of attack, I'm inclined to say he can win this game. But, like, Georgians don't get bombard cannon, and Lewis still has access to a lot of this gold. He's not actually heavily mining it, though. Ooh, and Lewis finds the town... ACCM finds the town center. Lewis tried to sneak this town center up. I think he knew the army was coming. He wanted protection here. Town center gets denied. That's a crazy find from ACCM. Good value. There is an army here from Lewis. And it's a couple Genoese crossbowmen. But ACCM does have the churches around. And ACCM does have skirmishers to come chase this down. Genoese crossbow are not a good unit to be moving out with right now. I think Lewis might regret this. His castle's getting trebbed. He needs bombard cannons here, which he's going to add. But if his Genoese crossbowmen aren't on the field, he could have some real problems against light cav. Lewis isn't repairing his castle, guys. He loses his castle. There's very little resistance. He'll drop another one here. Again, he's not mining a lot of the gold. He can move out to it, but he doesn't currently have it. And, oh, he does sneak down here, though, and save the Genoese crossbowmen. So, I think with bombard cannons out, though, this completely changes. So, Lewis just gives up his first castle, and just like that, he takes down 2 trebs from ACCM. And Lewis is starting to mix in the light cap. And this is my concern for ACCM. It's like, how do you spend your gold? If you make trebs, they can just be outdone by bombard cannons, which you don't get. If you make cav, dies to Genoese. Skirms makes a lot of sense. Ballistics is an upgrade he definitely needs. But, like, skirms then die to the hussar. Lewis will come all the way home. He'll sneak over to another town center here. He's running into the back with light cap. ACCM is simply dropping churches to defend. I do think you still have to mix in some of your own cav. But this is exactly what you pick Italians for. You pick Italians for imp. I think you just toss skirms in at bombard cannons if there's no light cav there. If your opponent is going to raid with the light cav, just hope to push them back and that your trebs can do the rest. A couple Manaspa are down here to chase the light cav, but there will be more light cav coming this way. Lewis has a Genoese crossbowman there. ACCM's going to take the stone and gold. There's so much happening. ACCM has just lost a treb. Lewis's bombard cannons will go for another one. But he doesn't have the meat shield anymore. And ACCM's repairs are decent. ACCM's defense from the raids also decent. But is decent good enough? Lewis needs to repair. And Lewis doesn't repair his treb. What a game, dude. I really wonder if Elite Manaspa is an option for ACCM. Like, I know you only have 2 castles. But there's just this clear military problem against this light cav Genoese crossbowman comp. The trebs aren't cutting it. You need something more than what you're adding right now. Man, Lewis is so good. Lewis has brought a knight down here. He saw this. He's raiding this area as he's doing everything else. This is so well played. He's also all over the stone and gold. So, like, no problems. Elite Manaspa for ACCM. This is the same thought we were just talking about, and I think it's a risk. It's high risk, high reward. You're just hoping that Lewis won't have Elite Genoese or that Lewis won't realize that you're going to have the audacity to try this. I do think the Manaspa can raid, but they cannot be near those Genoese crossbowmen. Also, a lot of upgrades are missing, right? He doesn't have the armor. He doesn't have the attack. I would like to see the Manaspa here. 1 or 2 Manaspa in these areas can bring you a lot of value. But it's tough. He's not going to have the castles for very long. He's still repairing away. Like have raids from Lewis. And Lewis is the real deal, guys. We know it. We've been talking about it. Who cares? He came up from gold. Like this, his rise has been impressive. He will lose his trebs, though. And the Elite Manaspa will hold the castles. That saves the game for ACCM. He still has the relics. He still has the churches around. He still has the potential to raid down here. I'm really impressed with Lewis, though. The fact that Lewis is realizing what ACCM's next play could be, and that's to raid this area, is amazing. He's adding town centers everywhere. What Lewis should do is he should plan on a castle here. I think if you have a castle here, none of that's possible. He also lost his knight down here, so ACCM will have towers and have the golden stone there. But Lewis has to build up some siege again and break these castles. If you don't break the castles, the game can start to swing back eventually. I also think that ACCM needs to remember this exists. 1 or 2 units here, and those villagers are all exposed. ACCM is bringing his villagers. I don't think Lewis even knows about those vills. He will now, because he'll react to this raid. But ACCM wants to drop some towers here. Yeah, Lewis is coming down here to raid the south. But man, that's a huge just passing moment. He realizes it late. The towers are going to start to go up. He's still raiding the back, but he's not pushing the front. If ACCM can get enough towers up, this could make it more difficult for Lewis. Oh, but the trebs are coming from ACCM. Lewis will see this. And Lewis has 70 on food, guys. 70 on food. He can spam hussars for days. He'll snipe the trebs. He can shift his siege over here to deal with this if it's a threat. He splits up the hussars there. ACCM's tracking him nicely, but there's still always hussars in the back. There will be some pressure from ACCM there. And Lewis is trickle-trebbing a little bit. He moves in with 1 treb. That could get sniped. There's also raids in the back. There's raids in the back. I don't think Lewis has realized this. I don't even know how ACCM got here. But there's a lot to focus on. The multitasking is through the roof right now. And ACCM's given himself some real chances with the chaos. The Elite Manaspa will go in. They're dying immediately, but he snipes the treb and he falls back. Lewis's trebs and bomber cannons are taking these towers. He will drop a castle here, but he did not notice that raid in the back until it was very late, guys. He lost like 30 villagers there. He's down to 40 on food now. He did notice this, though. I think ACCM's got the right idea. Get some towers up there and then camp this area. Look at how much golden stone is down here. There's 8k golds. And more importantly, I think, because he's Georgians, there's 6k stone. So if he just places these towers everywhere, eventually Lewis just runs dry. Lewis has this gold, and he has this gold. He doesn't have gold really anywhere else. I guess a little bit behind. Yeah, the Manaspa will go there. I've seen ACCM win games like this before, guys. And Lewis has the better composition right now, but he's lost track of the flow of the game. ACCM gets a little overconfident, though. Would love to see him go with 4 trebs there. You go with 4 trebs, you might take the castle, but he goes with 2. Lewis will send everything he's got, and Lewis will snipe them. Still so much on gold down here for ACCM. He's got raided a lot, though, guys. His farming eco's not great. He's not floating a lot of wood. But he will creep in, and he will start to drop these towers, and he will still get Manaspa into the back of Lewis's eco. Lewis's Genoese are just... they're not affecting the game all the time, and it's becoming very obvious. I think that's fine as long as they're always with his siege and he actually starts to push. But ACCM has found the angles. What a game. Easily the best game of Titans League so far. This is freaking hype, dude. This is what competitive AoE is all about. We've got a next-generation player who's just come up his first season of Platinum against an established pro. And the established pro simply refuses to give up any control in some of these areas. We have Cannon Galleon from Lewis. Cannon Galleon now to take down the towers. And Lewis is making a push for the castles. I think sometimes in games like this, it eventually gears up, and they actually all fight in the same spot. That's what I think this becomes right now. The side raids are good for Lewis, but that will die. The side raids are good for ACCM. I expect maybe that dies as well. He does have trebs from down here. If it's a straight-up fight, it should be better for the Italians. But, I mean, they're not elite Genoese crossbowmen yet. And I could tell Lewis is a little distracted. His Hussars wanted these trebs, so he was out of position. ACCM will hold this area now, but he will lose his trebuchets again. And he's starting to lose his towers as well. I think he could sneak some docks up. Yeah, he just noticed the cannon galleons, so he's going for docks now. He still has some cav in the back. There's still this area on the front. Yeah, there's a lot of different techs that Lewis could consider. He could also get Pavise. The nice thing is this Genoese crossbowmen are still so good, even if they're not elite. Especially against Manaspa, because Manaspa are low HP, so... But guys, there's just another tower every time I look over here. Another area where Lewis is distracted. Still, though, eventually ACCM will not be able to repair these castles. The stone and the gold is disappearing quickly. It feels like this castle's so good for Lewis. It was such a good castle for what this game became because of the raids are always going to be there. ACCM isn't producing any ships, and I think he'll lose the dock, so he won't have too much going there. But man, where's the siege from Lewis? It's just one trebuchet. Could he have more bombard cannons, maybe? He'll dive in to take the trebs. But we've got some Spawn Towers keeps in there, which should be incredibly strong. He keeps most of the trebs alive. Lewis loses all of his Hussars. And he's still got some headaches to deal with on the sides here. There's another treb coming from ACCM to pressure the castle from the other side. What a game of Age of Empires. Usually it takes some time until you have like some banger games because you have a promoted player against an established player. The way the sets are scheduled, typically you have the weaker sets the first week. But holy crap, what a banger of a series this is. Trebuchet gets sniped. Castle's being repaired. Lewis has no stone, but he has enough time to repair this, and he will save his castle again. Meanwhile, he's still getting tower rushed. He still has the gold in the north. That is the only gold income he has now. Towers and Manaspa for ACCM. Soon he'll be fully upgraded with the Manaspa. Lewis, I'm worried about because his castles are so low HP. He's losing this castle now. And, like, the number one trait with ACCM, if you ever describe him to someone, is just fight. Just sheer determination, right? And he has had to hold on for so long. And he is finally finding the engagements he needs. He will take this castle, which leaves Lewis wide open here. He still has all the resources down here in the south, and he could maybe shift his focus for this castle. If Lewis loses this castle, even with his population right now, it might actually be checkmate because this is not protected. None of the front is going to be protected from Manaspa raids. Feels like ACCM has Lewis exactly where he wants him right now, which is kind of unbelievable because it looked like Lewis was going to win this game. The towers are getting trebbed down. Manaspa are coming in, though, to support the villagers there. Lewis now has the skirmishers and the tower on the Genoese. The Genoese crossbowmen need to stay alive. They are the key. And also, really, the key in this game, the game-changing position on this map, has always been the south, hasn't it? ACCM has had a consistent stream of villagers there. He's been on the stone and he's been on the gold. And he's just been able to lose towers and rebuild them. Or lose castles and rebuild them. Still do think you need to be a little bit careful. And you do need to realize that the composition is really expensive. And for Lewis, he still has 60 on food. He can spam Hussars all day. And he holds this castle for now and denies these two towers. Oh man, fire galleys though. ACCM needs to notice this. Fire galleys can actually counter the cannon galleon. Lewis has noticed, and Lewis is adding some fires. I think Lewis has the right idea. He'll send the Hussars here. But when he sends the Hussars here, ACCM will notice. And, ooh, we're not done yet. That's a nice fight on the skirms. What a game. And there's only one Treb for ACCM. Lewis has bombard cannons and Trebs to maybe push these castles. It's the same deal. If ACCM loses these castles, could be game over. It's amazing the value he's getting from this southern area, though. Anytime he gets a free position, he's going to drop another tower. He completely forgot about these Manaspa. These guys have been sitting here for like 30 minutes. Bombard cannons in queue again for Lewis. He had one. You look away to show a raid and he loses one. ACCM's in the back. I think it's pretty telling, though. If ACCM's had 10 units idle that he hasn't used, it's pretty crazy that he's been able to still take effective fights. Still no Navy from ACCM. I'd like to at least see the War Galley upgrade. There it is. There's Siege Engineers from him. But big raids in the back again. Naspa finds some damage. Lewis has one more push, I think. One more push. Because he has limited gold. If he loses his siege, I think it's over. But if he could get to like 3 or 4 bombard cannons and push the castle, maybe then he's got chances. But he just doesn't have the protection now without the castles. And he's running so low on gold. I think this is where his gold income is. And there's just more action coming from ACCM. ACCM is just incredible. He is just incredible. He does have the fires coming in. His multitasking's unreal. Just unreal. And he's used mobility perfectly. Lewis will have some regrets on this one because he was in a good position for so long, but you could tell it's just starting to fall off a little bit for him. Town centers have Manaspa. It feels like every town center is being attacked. And still his population's extremely high. But we know what ACCM will do. He just will snipe the siege and he'll fall right back. Bombard cannon down. It falls right back to his tower line. Back to his castle. He does have the fire. Took down the cannon galleon. So he can actually mine the gold now too. So that's huge. He can actually take the gold. Because they've just been denying it. So that means with the exception of the 500 gold that Lewis has there, the rest of the gold on the map is all available to ACCM. And that is 18,000 gold. Plus he has the 4 relics. And most of the stone as well. So there can be more towers and there can be more castles. Most of it's here. And here, it's all ACCMs at the moment. And Lewis can't push. He's 180 pop and he just cannot break him. He cannot push. Another trebuchet goes down. Comes at a cost, of course, but ACCM can afford that. Lewis, only 22 Genoese crossbowmen. He has a lot of vills, really. But now his army just doesn't feel like it's strong enough. One more trebuchet for Lewis. Dude, who needs coffee? Who needs caffeine to give you energy when you've got games like this? Well, actually, I do, but the game is still good enough for now. You better believe in between games I'm gonna go get some coffee, but yeah, the Manaspa that he forgot about just denied Lewis's docks as well, as Lewis is trying to come back on water. Now it's ACCM's turn to push a castle. Hasn't done so in a while, but he'll do it, and he saved up the trebs. He'll go for this castle. There's no bombard cannons around. And then Lewis had 2 trebs down here to take the south, and ACCM just snipes those and backs away again. I mean, anyone who's ever played this game against someone who's good with knights probably feels for Lewis right now, because it is so annoying, especially when you have an army as good as the Genoese crossbowmen, to just have random units come in and snipe your siege and then run away. It feels very cowardly, right? It's like, come on, fight me like a man. But nope. That's not what ACCM's going to do. ACCM has had to basically use that strategy, sniping the siege and then going for raids perfectly to have any chance here. And these towers, guys, have contributed a lot to defending the trebs and defending his base. I'll have to check his churches and his towers and see the stats, but it wouldn't surprise me if he got 100 kills from them. He's got fast fire ship. Lewis will be completely dead on water. ACCM can finally take all the gold. And Lewis maybe felt like he had it. It was so close. It was such a long fight from ACCM, but finally he's been able to break Lewis in game number 1 of TTL Season 5. I don't think it was ever convincing enough that he should have won this game, Lewis, but he could have won this game. He just wasn't able to push fast enough. ACCM never dies. And then if you're not pushing ACCM, he will find the raids, right? And there were some moments where Lewis, he started to get attacked, and he was like, oh no, can I push or not? And he would go back and forth, and then you're dead. You're not dead right then. You're dead 30 minutes later because ACCM took initiative once. He takes initiative once, and then he's going to hold it the rest of the game. It's an absolute masterclass. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I still look at Lewis's population, and it's obviously quite high. He's got 93 on food with crop rotation. But he's running out of wood now, right? Like, ACCM can see him. He's dropping towers everywhere. Lewis will try and take an engagement here. He has 18 Genoese. That's it. Elite Manaspa are going to mow down the Hussars. And Lewis is the most dead 180 pop you're really going to see. He has no map control, no long-term advantages, and he only has 1 castle without the gold to produce the Genoese. But you want to see a player play on until they know they're dead. And that's what he's been doing. But his pop is going to drop extremely quickly here. Whole wood line will get raided. Trebs will go down. ACCM's just replacing the towers he's losing with more of them. Like, he does not care at all about losing a couple towers. And yeah, now the pop's 150 for Lewis. He still has 110 on food. How is he losing villagers and going up with the amount on food? Like, that's crazy to me. He has 117 vills. He has 108 of them on farms, apparently. I think maybe he clicked the villagers that were on this wood line to these farms. Or some farms that were vacant. But we've got 4K food for ACCM. I'm no ACCM, right? But I know what it feels like to be the favorite, almost lose the first game, and then, you know, claw it back. And it's just like, it's such a big statement. I also know what it's like, and I've experienced this more, being the favorite and losing the first game. It completely affects your mentality going into the next game, right? So I think Lewis is good enough. He'll still have some good game plans, and he's going to understand how to bounce back here potentially, especially because he has a home map, but definitely sets the tone for the series. But this will be the last fight of the game, guys. Welcome in, everybody. If you just got here, you missed a crazy one. And hopefully we get many more crazy ones today. Skirmishers go down. Bye-bye, Skirmisher. That was a crazy fight for Lewis. Wow. But does he have enough stone? Does he have enough stone to repair and save his last castle? Can he save his castle? No. Lewis, save. He's trying to buy. He couldn't buy stone. He tried to sell everything he could to get some gold to buy stone. He couldn't do it. Castle's down. No castles anymore. And towers, man. Spawn Towers is crazy OP. Just zoom out. They have 86 kills. To be fair, though, that's 29 towers that have 86 kills. So it's not like it's 5 that did that. You could also double check the churches too, right? The churches have 10 kills. The castles have 109 kills. So, I mean, the fortifications really just paid off for ACCM. And Lewis, that second castle he built ended up being really nice. The castle that was over here. But he really needed to get a push going against these castles. Or deny the south. And I think he will regret not denying the south with something. I think if he had Hussar raids there earlier in the game, maybe it's a different game. Can we talk about the score difference right now? ACCM is known for never resigning, and everyone jokes the 5K rule. Right now, there's an 11K score lead for ACCM. That really got out of hand fast. 31K score for ACCM and 19K for Lewis. But yeah, great game. We said it all before. Both players are incredible. Lewis will want some victories if he's playing this good today. That was a great game. I think ultimately, when you play without map control for that long, it eventually catches up with you. And we knew that he was going to struggle for res eventually. You know, it's going to be hard for me to find the exact moment, guys. But I think it started with the shenanigans down here in Imp. Okay, so right here is where I think this game changes. Lewis is starting to push, right? Like, look at the population. Lewis is ahead in this game. But ACCM starts to raid and do some things. And those towers, too. Okay, and suddenly Lewis is like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay, I got to deal with this. And he brings his army down. And he starts to clear this up. But what happens when he starts to clear this up? ACCM loops around over here and gets some raids. And then he's got to go deal with that. And basically, the whole game snowballs from there, right? Okay, he clears this up. He clears up that raid. But then we have random towers here. Like, ACCM never gives up. He fights everywhere. And so you just got to freaking push and kill him, right? And the fact that we didn't have elite Genoese crossbowmen is a bad thing for Lewis. The fact he never had Pavise for Lewis, I think he just needed 4 to 6 cannons, 30 Genoese with some hussars in front, and he just needed to YOLO. Almost ignore your own economy and just push the middle. But what a good game. 9K stone collected from ACCM, 30K gold collected. And yeah, both players very speedy. We'll move into game 2. Sheesh. Well, salutes in chat if you enjoyed that game. Chat, everyone can salute, at least on Twitch. It is a follower-only emote. So, whew, man, what a warm-up. What a warm-up. If that were me, I would need to take like 3 to 5 minutes. I'd take a breather. I'd get some caffeine in me. Sometimes they're immediately in the next game. They're actually not. They're taking a break. So, that's $30 in the bank for ACCM with the way the format works, but he doesn't care about the $30. Every win counts. He wants playoffs when it's all said and done. So, whew. Yeah, maybe it's ACCM smoke break time after that. True. I'm not advocating for smoking. I'm just saying that ACCM does. He does do that. So, he has negotiated for how much break time he could have in a series at LAN events before. So, once again, welcome in everyone who's watching on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. Hello, everyone on Twitch. This event takes so much more time, energy, effort, organization, map balance than anything else. So your support really does mean a lot. It's a big project that we've undertaken here. So T90, your YouTube merch link leads to a 404 page. Really? Okay, so the one pinned on the... You're saying the one that's pinned at YouTube. Ah, it's because I didn't put a space there yet. It's because I didn't put a space there. Maybe I could have a mod just repost that and repin that at some point. Thank you for letting me know. It's a bit weird. YouTube's comment system's weird. I can't like press enter to go to the next line. It sends the message separately. So I wasn't able to get all the info there. So I'll see if we can get that fixed for YouTube. Katsura, thank you for the Prime sub. Tucky Fried Joe, thank you for the 23. Sam, thank you for the 22. Welcome. Thank you, Svet. Yashiman, Rio, Andros, Missor Smiley, Hag, thank you for the 28. Unrolled Snail, thank you. Yeah, I also have ACCM on my fantasy team. So I'm feeling good about that win. But I also have Lewis on my fantasy team. So I think I will probably not have the best fantasy score after the first round because of that. I'm hoping all the other players I pick do well, though. So on the prediction front, our site should be updated soon with the leaderboard there. I don't think it is this second. We'll be working our hardest on that for you guys. But we got 90 seconds until we're into the next game. Twitch ad breaks out of the way. YouTube ad break I'll try and work in as well. Just in between games. Still working on that YouTube. It's a separate button for me to press. I don't stream on YouTube all the time, so. John on YouTube says, how is your ELO going, T90? You skilled like crazy in last year's. Congrats. Well, if you look at the graph of my elo, you will find that when I am not streaming or hosting tournaments, my elo goes up. And when I am streaming a lot and hosting tournaments, my elo goes down. So I'll let you guys guess where my elo has gone over the past week or two. I was exhausted yesterday. I had like 5 hours of sleep. I was ever so slightly hungover. And I streamed. And then I still played like 4 games. Like, and I was playing horrible, but I was just like, I gotta play, man. I gotta play. I'm an addict through and through. So yeah, I'm like, my elo's gone down a little bit. I'm not 1100 elo, all right? But I'm like, I don't know, 2300 or something like that. Yeah, at one point I got a game against Syscon and I did the rare thing. I alt F4'd. I dodged and I messaged him and apologized. I said, I'm so sorry. I'm too tired. I was like, I apologize for that. I know exactly how this is going to go, so. Do you ever get sick of AoE and need a break? Yes and no. I mean, breaks are good, but usually for me, a break just means I lower the amount of hours. That's basically it. So, all right. Here we go. By the way, speaking of, elo, people have been requesting a T90 Unk face reveal. We have the emote now. It's not his... The emote kind of does him dirty, but that's how emotes work. So it's good for an emote. But yeah, we got the T90 Unk now. So if you want to see the man who's been terrorizing the low elo ladder, we've got the Unk emote now. So there he is. Unk's a beast. All right. So Japanese from Lewis. I was really interested on this. He picked Japanese really early. Like really early. Which just makes me wonder... Is he going to go for anything that's off meta here, or is he going to play fairly standard? Because I don't consider this Civ to be a #1 pick for this map. I would maybe even value Khmer a little bit higher. Just to show you the draft again. See, that's not correct. No, that is correct. Wait, nope. That's not correct. Yeah, Hardy, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm trying to get the draft thing to work. The draft thing never works. Anyways, just trust me on it. He ended up having Japanese first. It was incorrect draft. We have this way. It's supposed to be super easy for me to get draft up, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem to work. People want the country's flags. All right. We'll add the country's flags. Thank you. We're hopefully not missing a boar lore for this. If we're missing a boar lore because of this, this is your fault. Or a boar steal, because a Lewis is looking and maybe thinking about it, but he's not going to. All right. So yeah, wood lines are towards the middle on this map. This is amphibious terrain, so you could dock this. If you were to dock this, you could see the occasional demo ship. I see. I understand now, Lewis, because I was just going to say docking doesn't bring you a lot of value if you were to dock here. Now, I've seen this one other time. I think I saw this from Viper before. I've not seen this. This is not consistent Mudflow meta, but Lewis is going to dock his starting area. So this is dockable, and he's saving the fish for his fishing ships. So he's going to have his villagers not on the fish like ACCM did, but he's going to have them on the boar, and ACCM is going to find it. And now the question is, well, what do you do about it, right? Normally, you want to dock to try and disrupt your opponent's fishing eco, but while technically that's possible, I don't think that's a very good move. So I think what you do is you just let it happen, and then you just kill, you find the wood line and you kill the villagers. I really think this just makes ACCM that much more aggressive. So, but guys, you can't farm around your TC like a normal map. So, due to that, Khmer are really nice because farms can be really inefficient. Even if you place the mill here, it's like your farms just get really awkwardly around the mill because you can't ever do it around the town center. So that's why you pick the Khmer. And ACCM will see the wood line. He obviously knows that Lewis is exposed on the front, so I think he might focus his attention on the wood line. And Lewis also finds the wood line from ACCM. But yeah, I like the Khmer here. The fishing ship idea is interesting. Now Japanese makes sense. You do have the worker lead if you do this. I'm just wondering, is he really going to be able to invest into fish traps? It'll take 500 food from these 2 salmon, but then the fishing ships are useless. Unless you add fish traps, and fish traps are still pretty expensive, so... And if he's able to get a decent amount of them, and he doesn't take any damage elsewhere, obviously that gives him a strong lead. And he should understand all this. And he definitely will know ACCM will come out and try and pressure big time. So he should brace himself, I'd say. Make some spears. There's a chance that ACCM might want a tower there. But I think that's only after you have some water control, or not water control, but just some overall control of the map. You don't want to blindly send villagers forward right now. It's also really bad for your economy, so. Yeah, you even skipped loom here. ACCM will be up quick, no loom. Builds a little bubble of walls and houses and gates. And barracks will need to go up for Lewis. There it is. Barracks does not need to be built for ACCM because he can skip it. And I imagine it's going to be scouts here. Love this map. Keep your eyes peeled for a sneaky dock, though. Because there could be the occasional demo ship that pops out. Also, pay attention to resources collected. I'm really curious on that one. Just because Lewis has the fishing eco and ACCM doesn't. Should be better for Lewis initially. But again, once this fish are gone, he's got to invest into the traps, which will be tricky. The scouting is on point for both. I think Lewis is looking for that stable right now. So he just wants to confirm that, and he does. I can just tell by the way these guys are scouting, they've done a lot of practice sets. They're so locked into the timings. It was the same in the previous game. It's so good to see. Here's where things get awkward, though, right? Now you've got to place the mill. Now your villagers are exposed. Maybe you wall in the wood line, and then you can have the spearmen protecting everything else. But yeah, pretty soon, all new villagers go somewhere else. We already have a fish trap there for Lewis. There's the farms from ACCM. So you could just farm everywhere. People make fun of me for my farms, but I was just trying to play as the Khmer before they were cool, you know? It's not my fault they didn't add the bonus. The scouts are through already for ACCM. And he finds a villager. And it's just a quick example of what can happen on this map. He's really going to want that, and he blocks it perfectly. And scouts, the only thing you can defend with at home is the only awkward thing. I like the idea from Lewis to kind of push with spears. But then you need that many more spears at home, right? And wall up the wood line. Another scout comes in from ACCM. There's still no spearmen here. And Lewis needs to have spears, man. That's another villager that will go down. And you're not... The town center isn't as terrifying because there's no vills nearby to garrison. So the scouts don't get shot down. Archer range for ACCM, but he will need to get to gold if he wants to make archers. He's getting attacked by Lewis. And Lewis just seems to think that ACCM is going to react instantly there. But he didn't. I think Lewis still has some work over here. And Lewis loses 3 villagers. So, eco count's still not even, I guess. Because he's added more fishing ships. But ACCM is feeling very good about this now. That's what you want. If your opponent's doing the fishing ship shenanigans, you want to get a couple early vill picks. Just took Lewis some time to get the spearmen. I don't fully get it. But I've tried these builds before. And it is way easier said than done. I don't love the fact that ACCM wants to play archers. And he was this late to gold. Like, he won't be able to make the next archer for a while. But one archer could maybe contribute against the spear at home. And then he can continue to add more scouts. And yep, this will be a good fight for ACCM. That's not a fight that Lewis wanted to take there. His plan was to snipe the archer and keep the spear alive. But instead, he doesn't snipe the archer. He loses his spear, and he's losing his scouts. But he has stayed consistent. He's still adding the fish traps in the pond. He's still adding scouts. And his food eco could be better than ACCM's. Full scouts on the back of this solves the military problem, because at least your own scouts could keep up with this. And you're going to have the spears. Guys, what are we witnessing? Like, is this... This seems strong to me. I feel like we might see this every game on Mudflow now. Here goes the Vill from ACCM. I think that was going to be a tower villager. That villager will go down. But now you have the action here. ACCM wants revenge. There's the villagers in there. And he's going to kill... But at what cost? Maybe that ends up being worth it. He also didn't save those villagers. Well played, Lewis. Lewis up 6 eco right now. Ooh, and we have a galley from ACCM. I see. So he's going to play galleys to pressure the wood line. T90, do you know that fishing ships can build walls? I thought that was an old bug. I thought it was a bug that fishing ships could build walls. Is that all the time? Like walls on the shoreline? I thought it was like an old Age of Conquerors bug or something. But yeah, I've heard about that before. Galleys behind the wood line. Lewis might need a tower. Guys, ACCM scouts are not very strong right now. He's got a lot of idols. Idols in this house. Idols in this house. Idols in this house. Lewis's economy, for the most part, is kind of fine. The fish traps are a solid play. He'll drop the tower to defend the wood line. He even has the mining camp there for more towers. And he's just got a much easier position to play from here, I think. The start was difficult, but ACCM has just not been able to keep up with this. That's another villager down. And we have a demo from ACCM, but he trades the demo against one scout. That's not the trade that you want. Not the trade that you want at all. There's one archer in the range. The other archers are probably over here. It's just, so that's just one archer with 4 scouts. One archer with 4 scouts can get value, but obviously everything has to be perfect. ACCM ended up adding a barracks for his own spears because he needs it. But he needs to pay attention and needs to hop inside of these houses. He's working on it. He's on the gold, where Lewis does not have a lot of defense. Lewis really needs scouts here. And if he has scouts here, he's fine. But he loses a Vill. Oh, man, the multitasking's insane. Another demo there lands. The Spearman gets a hit. It's only 2 scouts now for ACCM. Love the tower from Lewis. I think he's got enough. He should defend that. The archer's dead. And Lewis is getting some good counter damage as well. It is wild, though, because it's a 13 farms against 0. So it's only the fishing ships and the fish traps that's the food eco for Lewis. And fish traps also take more investment. Fishing ships and fish traps take way more investment than the farms. And that's another villager down. But every time I look at ACCM's eco, it is so idle. And the fishing ships and these villagers are almost never idle. I do think the key for ACCM is going to be the water now. The water in the middle. Because if you control the wood lines, Lewis could have some issues. Ideally, I'd like to see Lewis balance his resources a bit better. But that's what you have the market for. So he sells his food, his wood. He uses the scouts there against the galley. Oh, did he just... No, okay. I couldn't see it. So he's got 40 wood on that tree. Needs to be careful of an overchop. Just surprising to me that Lewis hasn't docked himself. I feel like if he made his own ships right now, ACCM would have really big problems. But he does still have the scouts around and plenty of exposed farmers to potentially raid. There's some weak scouts, though. And ACCM sees it, gets inside the houses. And comes forward with the fire galley. Lewis about to click up to Castle Age. Let's look at overall efficiency. 78% for Lewis, 74% for ACCM. I wonder how much of that is just the fishing ships. I feel like the fishing ships have been most of that. Because the wood lines haven't exactly been perfectly efficient. There's been some pretty bad lumber camps for a while there. I think it's just the fishing ships. And then it's the overall worker count too, right? Because you're just ahead in eco population permanently. In feudal, I think it's a bad play to come in here and try and dock this. In castle, I wouldn't put it past ACCM trying to do that. Feudal age is just far too unlikely you're going to do anything, but Man, I'm still wondering what Lewis's transitions are. He just continues to add the fishing ships. I would absolutely love to see him go for a dock. Just to be able to pressure this wood line in some capacity. But 13th eco kill there from Lewis. That's a lot of villager kills. Initially, it was 3-0 for ACCM. Now it's 13-7 for Lewis. I think Lewis's plan is probably cav archers. He's dropping the archer range. And maybe double archer range will come up. This should be Lewis's game. He's playing it like a home map. He'll be in Castle Age significantly faster. He's got a huge eco lead. ACCM has to expand the walls on this wood line. Looks like a mess. And yeah, he's going to sneak a dock for sure. It's either that or maybe a siege workshop would be interesting. Because technically you could use mangonels against this instead of the TCE. I think he's going to aim to click War Galley from this dock. And then sneak a dock down on the right side and make a bunch of fires there. That's his goal. And honestly, he needs it. Because he won't have the second town center like this. And he's 2,000 resources behind. Army for Lewis is going to be really strong as well. Lewis is making knights. And Lewis is making cav archers. These villagers are the key for ACCM. A scout will die. Spearman and archer will die. Lewis clears that. Lewis will move forward. ACCM rewalled, though, so he's okay. If Lewis were to lose 13 fishing ships, this game gets even real quick. I don't know if he's ever expecting this. It feels like he's just hoping to apply some pressure here. Yep, he's sending the knight because he knows the scouts are here. Would be crazy for ACCM to commit to the War Galley upgrade before he even completes the other dock. But I think that's what you have to do. Also, I think you take Lewis's attention away from this. Snipes that. That's good. Can ACCM bring this game back? He snipes the scouts. Villagers are still over here. Still waiting. But it's just, clock is ticking, man. Lewis is such a nice lead. It's such a nice lead. And he's getting gill nets now, too. I mean, this is a valid play, guys. The demo from ACCM just takes a cav archer. Every demo for ACCM has hit one unit. You want it to hit multiple? Ah, this is bothering me. Go, ACCM. Make your move now or forever. Well, or resign, basically. But he needs to defend the other aspects of the map, and his eco's still so exposed. Lewis can't see that house being built. That's super close, though. I love the second town center. I love his wood lines. Yeah, he's doing it. He's going War Galley upgrade. And he wants to drop this dock. That one knight from Lewis, though, is there. I don't think he's doing that intentionally. But he just happens to have the knight around. And the knight actually might deny this. We'll see. ACCM needs to complete this dock to have a chance, in my opinion. He's chasing this army down. He's got cav archers there. The dock has to complete, but he runs away and he gets into the house. That's brutal. Oh, make a run for it, lady. No, go back. Lewis saw it. Again, I don't know why the knight was there, but I can tell that Lewis is trained a lot. And I bet you, I would bet good money that Lewis had experienced that very situation before, and he knew to look for it, right? Because this isn't something you just do without practicing. And Lewis knows coming into Plat that he's gonna need to be prepped. So, yeah, great bounce back game from Lewis. First game was obviously much longer. This game initially felt very close, but all that close in the end. With the fishing ship investment with Japanese, it takes some time, but if you hold on and you stabilize the game, it is going to pay dividends. The fishing ships just work so fast, and then you have more eco. And I'm apparently dropping frames right now, but I think we're back now. So I don't know what that was. Did you guys hear what I said? I said fishing ships good, strategy good, crazy game, and we're moving on. We're good, right? Yeah, hopefully we're good. Sorry about that. I think they were working on my internet this week. there was an internet truck and there was like some, wherever the cable is buried underneath the ground, they were very clearly digging. So I was like, yeah, perfect timing on that, guys. Thanks. So I don't know if they're trying to fix the issues or if they're causing the issue or what exactly, but man, what a series here. Great series. Let's go. Now, my predictions, I believe we have to update the predictions so all the predictions show on the site. We're working on it. I believe I said 2-1 for ACCM here. I was 100% on my predictions yesterday. Would make me very proud if I could be 100% going into today, but today's going to be tougher. We've got some tougher sets to predict. After this series will be Hera versus Lucho. And Hera Lucho, I think Hera's probably, I mean, he's definitely the predicted winner. But then Dark and Mihai. Dark and Mihai is really difficult for me to predict. Both players can be kind of hit or miss. Both players have lots of potential, so. Arbase, if my predictions are correct, it's because I'm smart. If my predictions are incorrect, it's because it's rigged. And because something else went wrong, right? That's how that works. It was a map. If my predictions are wrong, it's because we blame T-West because the map wasn't fair to my guy. But no, it's good. It's all good fun. So, King Zuggy, thank you for the 13. Caspi and Ryan, thank you for the resubs. But you're the rigger. I'm not the rigger. JBR says, my 3-year-old son recognized I was watching T90 yesterday, but then threw a tantrum that I wouldn't put his TV on. He wouldn't accept that this was my work and I needed to watch. Wait, so you had to... Oh, I see. So he was like, Dad, stop watching T90. I want to watch my videos. And you're like, sorry, son, but this is work. Oof. Well, you know how you solve that? You get him addicted to Age of Empires, and then he wants to work with you. So 3's probably a little young, but maybe in a couple years, man. Maybe in a couple years. That's a fun story. Is there anyone new today? Anyone watching their first stream? YouTube or Twitch? Anybody? YouTube, there's a good chance because I don't stream there as consistently. Game 3 is going to be African River. It'll be very aggressive, so I'll ask these questions now. Okay, Gura says they're new. There's no first shatter feature on YouTube, so I'm going to have to take your word for it. We got a couple people. Well, that's awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. On Twitch, we got Brickspace and Kazuke and Lunchmeat, Dungeon Master. Well, thank you. We just hit 270,000 followers on Twitch. YouTube, we're really close to 400K subs, which is a really big number. And yeah, I mean, the viewership's been solid to start the day. It really means a lot. Thank you for today, but also thank you for in advance for all the support you'll give the event. Both me and my team work very hard to make it happen. So casting is hard, you know, but like that is the least hard part of it because that's just me doing my thing and just talking about the game, which I do my best at. But yeah, all the other aspects of it to get here, it's a big undertaking. It'll be over 100 players paid out for this Titans League season, bronze all the way through platinum. So that means a lot to me. What's up, Lecker Feetson? Thank you for the 28 months. A Broken Robot, thank you for the... what's it called on YouTube? Is it called a super chat if someone donates? I don't know. I'll just say thanks for the... Thank you so much for the dono. Thank you, Deluthu, for the Prime. Chrono for the Prime. ACCM must be taking another smoke break. They haven't launched into the next game yet. But they'll do that soon. Blue-footed booby. Thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. Another retired gamer in my chat. He says, I'm new and I have one question. Okay, so they're new and they have a question. Well, he says they're new, but they have 241 messages on the channel. So it's one of those guys. Okay, I'm new and I have one question. How much money are you making from TTL? Well, if you count... So Microsoft supports the season, or sorry, World's Edge supports the season with 100K. I have 3 admins to pay. I have the map makers to pay. I have 2 editors to pay. The way I structure everything with Microsoft is every single cent that they give me goes into the event, so none goes to me. So how much money I make just comes down to how much support you guys give, really, and how much I have left after I pay everybody. So, yeah, World's Edge does support me supporting the adminning team and stuff like that, but I don't get paid. I don't make any money from that. It's just will the community support, essentially. Another retired gamer says, "Oh, I love you, taking my silly question seriously." How, brother, how was I supposed to know that wasn't a real question? What, was there any indicator in that sentence that where I was supposed to pick up on the fact you weren't being serious? I thought it was a question that people would be curious on, you know? I thought it was a little, some people would consider it a little personal, but, the way these events run is probably interesting to people, so. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was a serious question. My bad. But yeah, love you too. 30 seconds till the next game. ACCM's going Incas here. I thought he was going to go Incas on high tides. Georgians obviously has worked out very well, though, so. Etchid, thank you for the 10 gifted. Let's go. Dodge is in chat. No, I'm not banning him. Why would I ban someone because they ask a silly question? If we banned a chatter every time a silly question was asked, we would quickly run out of chatters. That would be a dangerous precedent to set. Thank you, Etchid. Thank you, Bobby Tables. Welcome back. And here we are, game 3. All right, so we'll reset the colors here. Hey, guys, this is an intense map. You could have the early rhinos stolen, though that's unlikely. We could have villager fighting. What I would expect is I expect a mix of water and land from both. This is African River, which we've actually seen played more than any other map so far, I think, in TTL 5. And I really wasn't sure if that was going to be the case. With 15 maps in the pool, I think it's very likely certain maps are just not going to be seen in the play all 3 stage. And this is just a difficult map to get locked down. You've got the water on the outside. All of these little pools of water with the fish are all connected. So you can, if you both dock, access the other's fish. Town centers are right next to each other. And around your TC, you've got the woodlines and the stones and golds. So this map is dominated by, and I mean dominated by, hold up. I feel like this lumber camp is going to be something he regrets. This is either a really good lumber camp, which is extremely efficient, or this is a horrible lumber camp because villagers are going to bump into each other. I'm not sure 4 or 5 villagers can work on that. But to finish my thought, this map is dominated by man-at-arm openings, and both these civilizations have the ability to do that. The Dravidians, it's cheaper. The Dravidians have the extra pop space from their docks, too, so it's really good with the fishing. I definitely think Dravidians is more of the standard pick. There is a little detail, and I'm just double-checking the woodline. It seems fine. There is a detail that I think should be done with the Incas here, okay? So, Incas have cheaper stone cost, right, on their stone buildings, which means if they want to build a second tower, they can just send 1 or 2 vills, walk out and get stone, and walk back to the TC, and then they can build 2 towers. And a lot of the games that I'm seeing, everyone always builds 1 tower, but then they need the second. But no one ever plays Incas. So what I would like to see is ACCM plan around needing 2 towers. You could build the tower here to protect all this, and then you could build a tower here to protect all this. But, I mean, he has different plans, guys. He's looking right now to see if Lewis is going to dock. He sees the villager moving, like he is going to dock. Is he going to go for a barracks? What? Oh, my goodness. Okay, so one's in chat, if you remember, Game 6, Wandering Warriors Cup Finals, ACCM versus Leary. It was an amazing run from ACCM. He went for some ridiculous plays. And it was a different map, but he did this very thing. He went for the early barracks, he went for the early militia, and the sneak villager. To anyone who's typing 2 right now, I know that you're currently watching an event, and you probably watch all types of content. I don't want to be that guy, but you need to watch the Wandering Warriors Cup finals. Okay? It was just strategic masterclass. It was ridiculous. So Lewis doesn't have any indicators this is going to happen. Everyone always docks, so he's expecting there to be a dock. He's added his own dock, and he's going to fish. He did do a really good job at escorting his villager there. That could have been sniped by the eagle. But yeah, he just doesn't know. And when he knows and how much damage he takes when he knows or before he knows is the most important thing here. Because if Loom is in, which it's actually not, even if Loom isn't in, villagers can go down. There's the eagle. That's normal. There's the militia. Lewis needs to Q Loom and get out of here. He needs to Q Loom and get out of here fast. No Loom is a problem. One villager down. And ACCM is just going to wall up the lumber camp. So Lewis queued up Loom behind a villager. He's one vill down. I still think in many ways that's okay because he's 2 fishing ships up. But he's off his wood line now, which certainly affects his timings. I think going for man-at-arms might be out of the question now. And lumber camp is walled in. Wow. So kind of crazy builds here. Lewis is just pushing some zebra. Lewis still wants to go fast feudal, which was the initial plan. But what does he do now? That villager's still around. And ACCM's Vil is walking this way. I assume he's just going to dock here now. If he can dock and go fast feudal and then play water to kill the fish too, that would be crazy. And I've seen ACCM before. He'll keep these militia alive, and then he'll make 2 more, and then he'll come back with man-at-arms. Look at Lewis. He doesn't know where to go for wood right now. But he should just come back to his wood line. And there's the dock. Lewis wants to fish right now, but the militia and the eagle's here, so it's disrupting the fish. If Lewis wasn't Dravidians, he might be screwed. But he's still Dravidians. He gets the 200 extra wood when he hits the next stage. So that 200 extra wood is amazing. This is what you do. Dark Age Palisades go down quickly. So if your opponent does this to you, just do this. Don't, I don't know, send villagers to the corners and leave your computer for 10 hours to then come back and find your villagers are walled in and then get put on my YouTube channel. Just some advice, you know. Specific advice, but if you know, you know. You'd have to watch the video. Militia looking around now. But I don't think ACCM saw the barracks, so he doesn't know it is still going to be man-at-arms for Lewis. Lewis did see the dock, so he should be aware that there will be pressure on his fish. Here he comes to pressure. Lewis hasn't scouted ACCM at all because he's been so busy in his base. He pushed the deer. I don't think it'll be very easy for him to do damage. This lumber camp's looking even better now. That's such a sick little spot. Militia and Eagle are over here. Lewis is dropping another lumber camp. Man-at-arm upgrade for ACCM, but he's got 2 more coming this way, guys. I don't know if Lewis is expecting that. He walls in the golds quickly. He maybe just needs to tower this or attack at least. But no fire galley yet for Lewis. ACCM actually has a fishing ship in there. And yeah, man-at-arm upgrade's about to complete. Lewis is fighting it back. Lewis is quick walling, which is impressive, but it's about to be man-at-arms, and there's more of them now. And ACCM, oh, he gets in front. And if he can get the block, that should be a villager kill. Man, this is so nice. Like, such a good way to just take initiative of the game. It's crazy. Life is so uncomfortable for Lewis. And another villager goes down for him. So yeah, Lewis's attack has done nothing. It's done absolutely nothing. And now he just drops a tower here, which protects this. He'll drop an archer range. Lewis also lost his scout. Lewis will go for the archer range now. I wonder if Lewis will even send his fire forward to try and look for fish here. Like, there's got to be fish there. Because that would be the normal thing, right? But no, fishing ship's going to get roasted too. So the fishing ship advantage is going to be gone. Maybe not, though. He does have his own fire galley on the way. But what a crazy strategy from ACCM. Oh, man. Lewis didn't... He can't pay attention there. So his fire hops out. And he's going to lose it. And tower now from ACCM... Or sorry, from Lewis to protect the wood line. But ACCM is on his berries, which is something Lewis isn't able to do right now. Lewis will soon run out of food, so he'll need that. And ACCM will have some archers as well, which I'm sure he'll want to sneak around to. Again, he can take the stone. Take the stone, you can build more towers. I think that's the one detail that I'm a little surprised by, is that he hasn't done that. But that could always be a shift. You don't need the towers right now. This is kind of crazy. He's still taking a zebra out here, which is probably just something he forgot about. But, you know, ACCM's got the initiative, but Lewis is chilling. I mean, all things considered, he's chilling. That's just what Lewis does. He bends, but he does not break. So, he's okay. He's got wood eco. He's got gold. He saved his fishing ships, so he'll build another dock over here. He is still being pressured on water. And his army is being chased down here. But the economy for ACCM isn't perfect. He is on the stone now, though, so he can always build more towers. And like we said, I think you can just tower the berries. You tower the berries, and then there's nothing that Lewis's army can do on land. And there comes the tower. Lewis, his villagers have been walking to the shorefish himself. That's a villager exposed now. There's more as well. And now ACCM almost has the tower complete. Gets some sick quick walls. Those are some nasty quick walls. And so now his tower can complete, and he can just bring all of his army home to clear this. Should be able to anyways. I think with the villagers in the tower up, yep, Lewis needs to leave. Lewis still no mill. So he can't market and he can't farm. He's going double range, still no mill. He's got the villagers on food out here, though. He's still trying to defend on water. Here, a fire ship was being chased. There's some fishing ships being chased by a random eagle, which is funny. I would like to see ACCM, and I say this because I know he's going to do it. He's going to tower behind this wood line. That would be my guess here. But he needs to be careful. Lewis does have a lot of army. I don't know if he's realizing just how much Lewis has. If I were to pick a player to reach Castle Age first, it would probably be ACCM because he has farms and he has the berries. But he has 3 vills over here on the ostrich. And Lewis can get 3 nice villager picks. This is 50, 60 food in their hands. And ACCM doesn't see it, guys. He doesn't see it. I think he might have been looking down here. But he loses at least 2. Now it's Lewis's turn not to see something, though. Lewis loses another villager. I think that was the 3rd villager. She died right next to the town center. Lewis's food transition is still really bad, though. He has 0 farms. He doesn't have a big fishing economy. And he just got pushed off the berries. ACCM's at least got 6 farms. Love the forward villager from both. It's kind of funny how they're both exposed. And they're both paying such close attention to it. But ACCM will kill the villager and maybe take down the fire and just backs away with his army. He doesn't know about this right now. He doesn't know that the fishing eco is safe up there. But he might start to get an idea. Maybe he is aware that dock is there, but he's surely going to know because Lewis keeps going that way on water. Crazy to me that ACCM's adding fish. I would never add fishing ships in this scenario until water's completely won. But maybe he feels like he's won it. He has a lot of stone. He might sell stone that's not needed so he can get extra gold to buy food for Castle Age. Oh, and he's back again. Lewis goes forward, and ACCM is back again. Still 0 farms for Lewis. I just think this is really uncomfortable for him. I think he'd never faced what he's facing right now. And he struggled to get the balance right to transition. ACCM might be looking on water, but even if he is, he's losing. He's also losing everything on land. Where is ACCM looking? Okay, he's killing the fishing ship and the villagers up there. But he's also being attacked over here. Ridiculous game. So much pressure. So much to look at. Lewis is investing fully onto water, so I wouldn't expect him to have struggles there long term. But it's all about the land for ACCM. Yeah, he's got the towers. He's using the market. He should click up here in a second. And if he can find the timing with eagles before Lewis can go for man-at-arms, that's how you can end this game. Again, adding fish, I think, was a little unwise. But I don't think he realized that Lewis was playing so heavily onto water. So Lewis will find the reward. Finally, Lewis can actually add fish. Maybe he gets up to like 4 or 5 fish again. But guys, like, he's trying to use the market. Look at those prices. He just 500 golds, bought 300 food. That is not a good rate. And I think Lewis might realize, because ACCM had score lead for a while, Lewis might realize that ACCM is clicked up. Score will dip when you click the Castle Age, and that is not a good sign. Usually, Dravidians would be insane here, because they have solid economy, and they can play skirms against the archers, and they can play long swordsmen against the eagles. But if you're not in Castle Age, the eagles could kill you. And then you might have to go man-at-arms to have any chance. At Doc here, and Doc here from ACCM. So he knows that Lewis will have the water. And everything's a setup, right? Like, the eagles are going to set up him coming back onto water because Lewis will have to defend so heavily from the eagles. A couple range units over here. Lewis will react to that. A couple eagles over here. Lewis will react to that too. But Lewis feels like he is so far away from Castle Age. Only now adding the fish. Still using the market to click up. We'll see what ACCM does with the micro here. But he's got a demo and he'll have a fire, which could actually win that fight. And then he's got production from here, and he's got production from here. There's no way ACCM loses this game. This is just insane. What a build. What a strat. Week 1. Week 1 he comes in with his strats, man. I've seen and played a lot of games like Silver and Gold. I've yet to see anybody do this. Yeah, lands the demo. Fire even hops out on the other side of his dock, so it blocks some of the damage there. The Eagles are in. This is all Lewis is going to be focusing on, because the Eagles could kill his gold miners. And, I mean, they should. They're not right now for whatever reason. But I think he's looking at other things. Over here, Lewis's demo hits the fire instead of those 2 villagers. He'll lose his fishing ships. Eagle Warrior upgrade is in. Lewis is 80 seconds away from Castle Age. And ACCM is just everywhere right now. He won't allow the fish boom. He'll be fighting on water. He won't allow any expansion on lands. And Lewis is going to make it to Castle Age, and he's going to have nothing. He'll have very little army, very little resources to upgrade the army. But he's got to hope. He's still holding out hope that maybe there's a chance, but villagers are going down everywhere. What a play from ACCM. He's rising to the north with the fires and the demos to pressure the fish area. He's slaughtering the wood line. He's still pressuring the berries here. He's just everywhere. And it's just so rare to be able to win a game in Age of Empires if you don't dock right away when there's fish. And he found a way. He completely eliminated land and water from the equation. Lewis is getting longsword only because it's cheaper for a civ. Like, he is 1 on food. He was barely able to queue a villager. All right, where are they? All right, here they are. The 3 musketeers. Will it be enough to bring the game back? I feel like I should be playing some epic music right now. TC number 2 for ACCM. There are the longswords. One of them is going to die. So now there's 2 remaining. There will be a third on the way. And ACCM will kill that one, though. And ACCM can add fish himself if he wants to. Lewis has been able to hold. I guess he still has a couple fishing ships out there that we didn't see. He added them from his docks. But ACCM should be able to deny that. ACCM will do that now. And his town center here will complete at the perfect time. Lewis at 30 eco. He needs some big damage here. I just don't know what damage he can realistically do right now. Yeah, Tyson, some people, even at the top, even in top 24, you have differences of how people approach it. I think some of the really big guys, like the really big names, actually have the luxury of not practicing much. And they can still make the playoffs. And they can take it from there. But, you know, other players, they maybe have realized because of years past that if you drop a couple games early, maybe that's the difference between second or third, or first or second. And they will still practice a lot. But ACCM is only at the top in AoE too because he's a fighter, but because he practices. When ACCM plays ranked, very few other people are online. So for his normal time zone, I think it's like he'll rework his schedule a little bit to play tournaments. He's been doing that for like 10 years. But he does practice sessions with people instead of ranked games, and he'll schedule stuff. I don't know exactly who he's practiced with for TTL, but typically he's practicing with everyone he can. And you obviously don't want to practice with people in your group, right? So I doubt he was practicing with Lewis or anyone who would maybe run into Lewis. But yeah, this game is well and truly over. Lewis still has no army. He has no eco. ACCM coming out with the strats here. And this broke the meta. This opening from Lewis is the meta. The early dock into Man-at-Arms, into Water and Archers and Adapt, and Dravidians are one of the best at it. And it gave ACCM the early initiative. And now it's impossible for him to lose. Third town center on the outside. He even knows to go to those corners where there's the additional hunt and the wood lines. I think Lewis is in a little bit of disbelief right now. And finally, he taps out and calls the GG. What a fun series, though. Both players are going to be really fun to watch. ACCM takes his preparation so seriously. And in the end, that preparation and that experience pays off. That was a really cool build. I think Lewis will maybe look back to game number 1 and feel like if things went slightly differently in game number 1, he could have won 2-1. So it was a really close set. But ACCM knows every win's valuable, and consistently when it comes time for Titans League group stages, he is one of the best performing players. I'd have to look back, but I don't think he's ever been in 4th place in a group. Might have never even been in 3rd place. He always does really well in these group formats. So 2-1 for ACCM. Lewis has a lot of positives, though. And in the coming weeks, Lewis will probably get more victories in his quest to stay alive in Platinum and maybe make the playoffs. What a series. All right, so pull up the group here. Shout out to Liquipedia editors. I don't know if people realize this, but just like with Twitch chat, we have mods here, and the event having admins, that all the details that we get used to seeing on Liquipedia, those details are always edited on the fly by volunteers. So shout out to Liquipedia editors. I'm sorry if I'm impatient with you. I'm sorry, but I like to go here and I immediately see it. So no pressure, but see if I can get a refresh. I see there's an editor in chat. I don't know if this is going to be there right away, but this will be in very shortly. It'll be ACCM 2, Lewis 1 in the group, and this will all reflect on Liquipedia shortly. Next series, we're going to take a short break. Next series, we're bouncing back to Group B. Group B, we will have Hera, who won Titans League Season 4, up against Lucho, who's similar to Lewis, very talented, very motivated, very young, very new to the scene, but is a big underdog, right? And I would say a bit of a bigger underdog there, just because Hera is world number 1. So Hera Lucha is going to be our next set. After that series, we then move back down to Group D, and it will be Dark against Mihai. Dark was top 4 in Season 4. He beat... In the group, he went 4-1 in sets, including beating Viper. He then went into the playoffs, and he beat Yo, and then he beat Tato. That's what Dark did in Season 4. I don't know what we're going to see from him in Season 5, but he did that before. So anyways, Dark and Mihai will be our third set. So we actually just finished set number 1, guys. But short break. We will be right back in a little bit. Apologies. I believe my schedule will show gold stuff. So yeah, I didn't know that this link was going to show gold. So we're missing one of the sets. But yeah, I'll be right back. And we'll have Hera versus Lucho in a minute.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper.
voy, buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar, agora, voy, buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar, agora, voy.
Chopper.
Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Woche. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Woche.
Das ist soll. Das ist soll. Berete.
Berete.
Das ist soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise.
Flickmann.
Das ist so.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise. Heise. Das war Heise. Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ist so. Das ist so. Streetes. Sassa.
Auber.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Heise.
Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war, das ist so. Das war,
Das ist soll.
Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
Alrighty. Thank you for your patience, everybody, as we get everything set up for our next series. Next series is Hera versus Lucho. Hera won Titans League Season 4, and he won a lot of games in group stage. I forget if it was 13 or if it was 14 wins out of the 15. Fun fact, we've never actually had anybody go 15-0, ever, in any of our seasons. We've had someone go 14-1 once. We've had some 11-4s, some 12-3s, maybe one or two 13-2s, but no one's ever actually gone fully undefeated. We did have 0-15, as our base points out. We did have that. We're not going to name names. That would be rude. But yeah, 15-0 has not happened. And with Hera, people are maybe thinking that could be possible, but his group is one of the strongest there is, man. Maybe one of the strongest groups that we've seen in TTL. We have Yo, Hart, Hera, Lucho, Vinchester, and Siscon in this group. 2 people have to be relegated. Lucho and Siscon are the 2 young guns who got promoted up. So that's what I'm thinking, because Yo, Hart, Vinchester, and Hera all are arguably top 10 players. I think maybe the bigger story there, too, that Hera's going to need to recognize is there might be a very good player who ends up in 4th place, which means they don't make playoffs. So I think I have Hera as the favorite in this group, but I didn't predict him to have as many wins as in seasons past because of the strength of the group. But we'll see. I think Lucho, his style is going to be tricky against Hera here today. If he's prepared, then maybe, but I don't really see great chances for him stylistically. He's going to need to have some things that Hera doesn't expect. Maybe surprise him. We've got Northern Crossings for game number 1. So that's a bit of a water map, which I don't think is necessarily Lucho's strength. Hera's pretty good on water maps these days. It'll be Quarry for Lucho, which is a really crazy home map pick choice for him. He's more of an open map player, more of a boomy player. But maybe against Hera, he feels like he needs to go there. And then Hera's home map is Monocle, which is a kind of an old school map where you tend to see a lot of army. So I actually have a memory of Hera playing on Monocle, but this was like 6 or 7 years ago. So I think it was Hera anyways. So we'll see. I agree with Def Vader in chat. Hera's the number 1 player in the world. From Lucho's perspective, you probably just need to aim for 1 win, right? You aim for 1 win, you get 1 win, and maybe you're happy with that because you never have to play him again in the group stage. You could hopefully plan to get your wins off of the others. But final thing, crazy story about this Lucho kid real quick, okay? So Titans League Season 1, I was still allowed to play, okay? I played in Titans League Season 1 Silver to try and qualify, I played against a 1600 ELO player in the first round who took me to my limit in the first game. I ended up winning, and I win the series. But afterwards, I told the 1600 ELO player, I was like, you're really good. Keep it up. Which, was true. He played really good. That was Lucho. He's now 19 years old, 2800 ELO, and has made it all the way to Platinum League. So that's crazy. And when he qualified for Plat or Gold, I think it was Platinum, he told the story and he sent a screenshot. I showed it on stream of that day that he played against me when he was just a lowly pleb. And I just think it's a really fun story. So that's kind of the whole point, is to give people the opportunity to grow up through the ranks and the leagues. But with Lucho, he's a special talent. So, all right, game number 1. Get your predictions in chat. I was a little torn on this because I really like Lucho. But I think in my predictions, I predicted the Hera sweep. If Hera makes a statement in game number 1, it could be kind of difficult for the player on the other side to have any type of belief. We'll jump into it here. And welcome, everybody. Thanks again for the support. Welcome in everyone watching on YouTube, both live and in videos. Like I've been saying, TTL's a lot. And I'm looking forward to just sitting back and casting the games. But holy crap, man. Getting 15 maps in tip-top shape. Having bronze, silver, gold, platinum run, all of that. It's a big task. It's a big undertaking, and I appreciate the love. All right? I know my team does too, so shout out to JBR, R-Base, Lord Petito, T-West. Thank you, guys. If anything, they're more the unsung heroes because they don't sit in front of you and hang out on the streams and in the videos. Map is Northern Crossings. Hera, I'm wondering what his first round looks like. Because there was a season, I forget if it was last season or the season before. Obviously, Hera's won a lot of tournaments, but I think he's got the luxury where he probably didn't need to do a lot of training for the first round or the second round, right? So I'm curious. I remember he played against freaking Andy in Titans League, and he lost 2-1. And I remember the map was Spiral, and I was just feeling like, yeah, Hera, it doesn't really seem like he's put enough time into understanding the map. He got surprised. I don't think that would sit well with him. In fact, it did not sit well with him, and then he ended up turning it around, of course. But yeah, I think with this map, he knows it. So this is not a map that's new. So not an issue. In fact, none of the maps are maps that I haven't seen Hera play before. Lucho's so new, though. Like, Lucho, I don't think I've ever seen play Northern Crossing. So just to repeat it for YouTube, Lucho's like 18 or 19 years old. He's got a lot of potential, but this is definitely a tough first-round matchup for him. The positive is you get it out of the way. So if you snag a victory from Hera here, that's huge. And then everyone else has to play Hera. Then you become a big Hera fan, and you hope everybody that Hera sweeps everybody, and that gives you chances in the group of death. So Lucho picks Persians, which is shocking to me. You pick Persians, and that immediately says, at a certain stage in this game, your Civ just cannot compete anymore. Long term, Persians do not have a very good navy. If you just look at this, it looks like it's a good navy, because they get Galleon and Fast Fire and Heavy Demo and Elite Cannon Galleon, but they don't get Shipwright, which can hurt, especially against the Italians, where that's cheaper. And the most important thing is they don't get Bracer. So if they were... Galleon is almost just out of the question because you just lack the range. So Hera, he should understand this. And I think Hera can still play aggressive in some ways, but you have to look at this and understand the matchup for what it is. You have the better late game Civ. So take no risks early and play defensive towards trying to dominate the water. I would foresee Lucho to be the aggressor here. And it's Northern Crossing, so you've got the crossing on the left and the right, and you have the transport ship. So we could see villagers walk across or be transported across if you would like. Machi, thank you for the 3 months. Says, watch you on YouTube. Here's my prime. Love you, bro. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to ask a lot of the YouTube viewers because you guys are already watching streams. But yeah, people have Prime. It's literally free. It's free support. Spillo, thank you. Some people might not know about that. You can link your Amazon Prime account with Twitch. But also, if it's too big of a headache, I get that. What's up, Wide Word? It says, long-time YouTube watcher, first time here. Welcome. Sick. Every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, for 5 weeks, for 5 rounds, we'll have Platinum League groups until we move into a week of playoffs. There will also be gold. There will also be silver. And we'll be covering the playoffs there. So I know it's 60 sets in group stage for Titans League. And I guess with all the others, it's going to be plenty more. So, man, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Gats. Thank you, Quander. Thank you, Saytalco. But listen, people underestimate Lucho. People don't understand Lucho. They don't know Lucho's story. They don't realize how good he is. He's going to need to have some big performances in Platinum League for them to realize that. And everybody knows Hera, right? Trap? Okay, see, Hera went through there. Hera thought he was going to be trapped for a second. I know if the roles were reversed, there's a real risk that could have happened, but Lucho could have actually dropped a house and a palisade. Now, Hera doubles around. Hera's gone for the dock in the back. Hera's going for a barracks at home. I don't know if Hera actually caught a glimpse of that villager there. But he's checking to see what the approach is going to be for Lucho. He's looking for the second dock. That's what I would expect from Persians if they're going to play water, is forward docks. Now, Lucho actually tried a trap here. It doesn't look like that worked out. And Lucho's up faster, but Hera didn't see the second dock yet, so he doesn't actually really know what the build is. I think if you see the second dock, you know it's water. But Hera's like, come on, dude, I gotta know. I gotta know. C4, what was supposed to happen was Hera and Lucho were supposed to play yesterday. That was on the schedule, and then it got canceled like an hour or two before. So we're casting this as Rex, if there's any confusion. We're really working hard to get as many of the sets live. In that case, we just had a last-minute reschedule, so wasn't happy about it, but it is what it is, right? Got to get the games played. I think in Viper's case, we might not have Viper this week, because Viper is apparently really ill at the moment. I also don't want someone to have to play if they're not 100%, if we can offer a little bit of flexibility, so we're figuring that out. But yeah, just to answer your question there. So Hera caught a glimpse. That transport ship took some damage. He caught a glimpse of what the opening is. So he should know it was galleys. Now, the galleys is not a great long-term option for this Civ, and you really do need to mass them. And Hera's going scouts. And Lucho saw it was scouts, so Lucho will have to respect that. He will drop his own stable at home, so it'll be scouts from him too. This villager's exposed on the shoreline, but Hera's missed that. And by the time the galleys made it from Lucho, Hera already has a fire there. So, nice job from Hera. There's so much multitasking here. Both these players are really fast. I actually think Lucho is kind of like a Hera light in terms of his style. What do you guys think of economically when you think of Hera as a player? I guess that could be a bunch of different things, but like for me, it's farms. For me, I look and I say, like, how many farms has he added while everything else is happening? And Lucho is the same. You're not going to see the farms yet because they still have the sheep, but trust me, when the farms start coming out, they're going to come like crazy for both players. Lucho's maybe more of an archer player than Cav for the most part, but man, he's hanging with them right now. He's got 2 kills. He's killed 2 eco from Hera. Hera hasn't done any damage to him. Lucho's showing us why he's here in Platinum League. 1 win against Hera. I mean, if the skill levels there maybe gets 2, would be crazy, but Hera just feels so inevitable, right? So even if Hera starts to fall behind, you just start to think he's going to bring it back. But nice quick walling there from Lucho. Woodline, there might be an overchop. On water, he's still pressuring Hera, but Hera has enough fire galleys around. There's some crazy multitasking needed right now. Hera confidently underneath the town center. And he'll take some losses on the scout HP, but it's not that bad. They increased the accuracy of the town centers, but not there. The town center didn't do too much at all. The scout's still looping around. Farms would start to be needed now. Remember, Hera's got the cheap fishing ships, so if he defends, he could always add the fishing ships on the back. They're just about to finish their sheep. Transport is pretty much an unimportant thing now, but I guess it is a factor, maybe. The Hera runs in, gets hit by the scouts. Lucho's keeping up with him right now. Right side. Lucho progressing. Really tough choke point, though. If Hera's able to pop out with a demo here, it would be dangerous, and it will reach that point where no one wants to advance through a choke point like that in Feudal Age, for the most part. In Castle Age, you'll maybe take the risk. Hera feels like he's got the initiative, though. Lucho's the one coming forward with the demo, and Hera sees it. And oh, that's really difficult micro there, but that's good micro from Hera. We'll see the galley. Scouts didn't end up doing any damage. The scouts for Lucho, they're looping in towards Hera's base. And Hera still has more scouts at his base. And there's the farm. So we went from like 0 farms to 8 farms. 0 farms to 6 farms over here. Crazy transitions. It's just, they're so fast, dude. It's crazy. Scouts get into the wood line. It almost the other thing, too, is I could actually feel that they're playing on a lower ping server as well. I could tell they're fast, and I could tell they're close. Because Hera lives in Argentina now as well. So all the APM is being used. It feels significantly faster than ACCM and Lewis, even though ACCM and Lewis are obviously fast players. There you have the server ping. Lovely game. Lovely game. Lucho is legit, man. Lucho is legit. Of the players who got promoted, Lucho and then Lewis in the other group were my two that I was like, these guys have some crazy potential. And Lewis showed us that. Lucho is showing us this. Good micro. Pulls Hera back to the Spearman. Gets the free snipe. But you have to end this before it gets to Imp. This is a horrible matchup for Persians and Imp. At least if water comes into play. Even on land, it's tough, but I think there's actually a window to play Savar if it was Arabia. But it's very different than that. A scout for Lucho goes down. Hera will use the market, sell his stone so he can click up. So he'll probably click up a little bit faster. But he did sell off that stone. He can always buy it back. And Lucho's going to click up himself here. It's likely that he'll arrive Castle Age at the same time because the TC works a little bit faster. And Hera's going to play Light Cav and he's going to play Navy. Probably Light Cav for map control, just like this. Navy to snipe the fish and control the crossings. And then he'll want to just boom to late game. I don't think you do anything more. Yeah, nice snipe from Lucho. That's crazy. You see that clicking there from both of them? Like, they're both showing off their moves there. And Lucho knows he got away with one there, sniping that weak scout too. I don't think he realizes just how much Hera's going to commit to water. Hera's been able to field a lot of scouts, and this Castle Age advantage with the fire ship count for Hera is crazy. He's got 3 fires coming in from this side. He's got 2 fires coming over here. And so Lucho will get overwhelmed on water. He does have the dock in the back, but that's actually makes it really difficult to reinforce if you're already falling behind on the front. And yeah, more military for Hera right now. Scouts forcing some quick wall reactions out of Lucho. They're good reactions, but not necessarily reactions you want to have to be making. Villager gets sniped. Hera can run through again. And all the fishing ships have gone down, and the last minute or two has just been so bad for Lucho. Where has it gone wrong? Where did it go wrong? It wasn't the faster Castle Age. I think it was just the number of fires they made. And honestly as well, I think maybe Lucho, the KD was ahead because he took good land engagements. Yeah, Hera reaches a position like this, where he's got the water control and he's faster to Castle Age. And there is not a single person out there who doesn't think that it's going to just lead to a victory for him. He snipes another Vil. He still can't go for the town center, which Lucho can. Hera did go for a forward dock. Fishing ships for Lucho have been fully spotted here, except for the ones in the back. Lucho's adding a camel to clear up the light cav. Hera with the monastery at home. The plans to get relics. He's catching up on his eco upgrades. But yeah, he's fully ahead on water, and it's really difficult for Lucho to recover. And on land, Lucho doesn't have any offensive presence either. If the Civ matchup was reversed, I'd say, okay, well, Lucho can hold on and take it to late game. But when you pick Persians, it's all about the start, right? A small mistake there from Hera. He's trying to send fishing ships to the forward dock. And so loses one. But not too big a deal. Light Cav are still roaming around. Camel's never in the right position, it seems, for Lucho. I think he just lost... Did he just lose a camel, I think, on the left side to the fire? But yeah, Lucho's going to drop those town centers. Quick walls needed on the town center there. Camel will come over to defend. This is where I would expect Hera to buy stone and just drop TCs. You're competitive on water. Lucho's starting to bring it back a little bit, I guess. And Hera buys the stone. And yeah, he'll drop the TCs. Where does he TC, though? This is actually a really weird base buildup. This elevation is tough. And this tree as well is super annoying. You'd almost have to chop that tree to then place a town center. Yeah, I mean, that... I kind of feel for Hera there. I will have to look at the script. I guess it happens on both sides. But as a player, that's kind of annoying. That's a good town center, but if you lose water now, it could be problematic. He already got one relic. And Lucho, 63 pop. Hera, 62 pop. As long as they both have the hill, I'm okay with it. I haven't seen enough of the Northern Crossings games to know how consistent that is. It's the same thing for Lucho. It was awkward for him too. Lucho needs to react here. I think he's looking elsewhere. But he needs to notice this. He's losing villagers. But man, I mean, the speed at which they're doing things is unreal. The camel's there. The camel just needs to be sent over. If you guys want a nice little mini game while you're watching competitive AoE, especially on a hybrid map, because hybrid maps, it matters so much more. Keep looking at their wood counts and see if you can find a point where it goes above 300. It should happen almost immediately after I say that, because that's how there's a lot of wood coming in. They more on wood than anything, but they're constantly spending it on farms, town centers, and ships. Like, look, their hair gets to 260, and then the wood disappears again, right? You watch Lucho. Lucho might get to, like, 150, and the wood disappears. It's way easier said than done. Super impressive from both of them. And it's an even game, but Hera's got the initiative. Hera's getting the slight raids in, and Lucho, he actually taps and calls the GG. Honestly, he's losing water. He's not ahead on water. He doesn't have the Navy lead. Hera's just all over him. And Hera makes quick work of him. So it doesn't go to late game. But even still, it was going to go to late game. And Hera had a really nice setup. Lucho is kind of known for resigning a little bit early. And he told me once, he said, I realized that Twitch chat wants you to play on until you're 20 pop. Which was funny to me because that was Lucho's way of saying, you know, maybe sometimes people complain about me not fighting, but yeah, I mean, what more we could say, but just clean play from Hera. I think he had the better civ for this too. Lucho, I think, picked a civ that could give him early advantages, and he wasn't able to do enough. Would have loved to have seen maybe a forward dock, like a transport forward dock. You build forward docks on Hera's side against the back fish with Persians. Maybe that's an option. But Hera's just too good. A slight lead in every category, and we'll move in to game number 2. His name is literally I fight in Spanish. Is that what Lucho stands for? Really? I mean, I think it's an early GG. I think he's going to be dead anyways. Right? And if your opponent is inevitable, like Hera, I could kind of get it. Also, important clarification. When someone resigns in AoE 2, all their resources get refunded. So I see a lot of that where someone's like, he resigned with 1,000 gold, but like he only had 1,000 gold because everything he had in queue got refunded, right? So it could always be deceiving. If someone's like on the way to imp and then they resign, their imp gets refunded, which is 1,800 resources. So just keep that in mind when you're watching games. Lucho was kind of maxed out with his spend. It's just when you resign, the resources get refunded. So, but maybe he was actually floating 1,000 gold. I don't know. But it's easy to confuse that. But yeah, we move in. Game number 2. Every win still matters so much here. And it's going to be on Monocle. Interesting. Okay. All right, so it's a play all 3. Hera's home map was Monocle. You don't have to go to your home map immediately if you do not wish to. So in this case, Lucho's like, all right, we're going to play all the games anyways. Let's go to Hera's home map, get that over with. Every game gives you some value financially, so it's $30. But every win just matters in the group stage. Shoot, what group are these guys? Is this group B? Should be able to show you what group B looks like again. I actually have that blocked on my other screen, so I can't verify. Yeah, that's what the group looks like. You play everyone in a play all 3, and it's a really competitive group. So point remains, Lucho's going to need to snag a win in any way he can. I think Hera knows full well what's going to come his way here. I'm curious how he manages it. So you pretty much pick the Armenians to go full longsword. We've had players play Bulgarians, Japanese. We see a lot of man-at-arms on this map to pressure the shorefish at the top. And Armenians are the only civ that can get longsword early. I've heard Hera talk a little bit about this on another map about how he really likes playing double archer range against the longswords. And I've seen that work well. I've seen this matchup twice now. And the Dravidians, if they can get the archer mass early, they can still shut down the longswords. And it's a lot of food. To go for longsword and also go for then skirmishers really delays your castle age. That is often how I feel the Dravidians can win this. If I'm even guessing correctly, and Lucho's going to do what I'm saying, you got to get to castle age and crossbow. Guys, I'm so sorry that my Spanish sucks, but I don't think I'm going to take Spanish class, if that's okay with you. I think I'm just going to remain the very flawed caster that I am. I think it's a beautiful language. I know lots of Spanish swear words, if that counts. But yeah, sorry that I don't know Spanish and what Lucho stands for and where that originates from and stuff like that. So I'm going to spend most of my time on the game and not learning other things that can help me in life. So no, Cole, it's completely my fault. I took Spanish class and I cheated. I had an opportunity to learn more Spanish that I know, but in school I cheated. So you don't blame the education system. Blame me because I cheated on all my homework. I took like 3 months of like German and French, but I was like super young, and then you got to decide what you wanted to do from there. And I chose Spanish, but I chose Spanish because I had a friend who could speak Spanish, and then I cheated. If T90 was a real person, if T90 was playing Age of Empires, he would never have gone to his university. So, and I regret it now. I super regret it now. I didn't know all the traveling I'd be doing, and I wish I knew something. So, wait, T90 isn't real? Sorry. I hate to break it to you guys, but real T90 is at the beach. And this is AI version of T90. And we're still ironing out the kinks in the program. It's not perfect, but it will eventually be so perfect you won't even be able to tell the difference between us. All right? So, yeah. Real T90, he'll actually be here tomorrow. But for now, you're just going to have to deal with the beep boop boop bot version. You may occasionally hear some weird interference. So. Thank you, Baron. What's up, Baron? Nice to see you, man. Thank you for the 63. Nuclear Gandhi. Shane, thank you. East Great Falls, thank you. But yeah, real T90 would be way better with the humor and the jokes. So if I ever tell a bad joke, or if I ever like make a mistake in the game, that wasn't me. That's the AI replacement that unfortunately is still bugged. All the good moments, that's me. Remember that, and I want all the credit. So thank you in advance for that. All right. So we've got Scout moving forward. I have my chat telling me this is game 3. I really hope it's not. It's a play all 3, so it doesn't matter. I hope I'm not casting game 3. I have not had an admin jump into my chat. Okay, and now Arbe says this is game 3. Well, shit. What do I do? Luckily, it's not a best of. It doesn't really matter. Unless everyone else is casting game through, which is probably the case. I don't know. I mean, I'll wait for direction from the admins of what they think here, but I think I just got to continue casting, right? We wanted as many live sets as possible. AI. I just talked about how I'm going to make a mistake. Damn. I mean, I can go back. I think we should continue. We're already too deep into this game. I'm sorry, guys. They gave us the Rex and I clicked game 2 and here we are. And apparently this is the wrong one. So I don't know. I don't know what more to say. Don't look anywhere else. And then there's no confusion, I guess. Lucho is going for Man-at-Arms. Follows it up with the archery range. There's the double archery range from Hera. And he's opening with Man-at-Arms himself. And he opens with Man-at-Arms, and he gets some pressure on the gold, and he can get some pressure over to the wood line. So both players need some adaptations. Both players need some quick walls. Longsword upgrade's not in for Lucho, and he's lost one villager already. And he did get the gate down, but he can't get the quick wall, and that's going to be another villager... Ooh, it was close to another villager snipe for Hera. A lot of multitasking needed. But I like Hera's position on the food. I like the tower out there. Having 9 villagers on the shorefish is key. Over here, we only have 6. You have to have villagers on the shorefish, and Hera kills another villager. So, 2 villager kills for Hera. Lucho doesn't even have the food income for longswords. Every time I watch this map, it just always comes down to who's got the most on the shorefish at any given time. Lucho's had 6. Hera has 10. And especially when Armenians are involved, I feel like you need a little bit more on the food there. The skirms and archers are on the way. And Lucho calls the GG. All right. So, we made a mistake. We went out of order. I apologize. But the game is already over. We will move into what was supposed to be game number 2. I'm so sorry, guys. But thankfully, that lessened some of the confusion. Hera's up 2-0. We will move in to game number 3. I swear, what I get is I get the Rex, and it says game 1, game 2, game 3. I clicked game 2. I know it because I saw it. So I don't know if that's a DE bug. Maybe I misclicked it or something. But, look. 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 Here's the Rex. I'm on game 2, and it says Monocle. I didn't make a mistake. Game 2, Monocle. So that's a DE bug or something. Or maybe the way the Rex were packed is packed differently for different people. I don't know what happened there. So, but like, what that does kind of tell me, you do wonder that if that's the case, if Lucho resigned that quickly, that was actually the 3rd game, how this other game ends up going. But that is something that Lucho's known for. What's weird is I can't find a game 3 now in my Rex. Did they somehow overlap? I put games... When I go to the actual folder that's not in game, I see game 2 and I see game 3. But then in the game, I don't see it. I think they somehow like combined or something. Let me look. Yeah, JBR used the exact same zip and it's not doing it. Yeah, and I have game 3 in my folder now and there's nothing there. Can I get a new zip file, please? Or maybe I'll just download the... Let me download the other one. Never mind. JBR just sent it to me. But yeah, that's weird. I've never had that bug before. It makes me feel better that I wasn't the one who made the mistake. But that's also super annoying at the same time, so... What happened? It's no big deal. Everyone says, thanks, DE in chat. And then we move on. Just like when units pass through walls and the game goes out of sync, we move on. Assuming I can, though. I have to delete all the old files from my folder. Maybe restart my game? So when I will tell you guys, when I tried to put the recorded games in the folder, I'm saying this mainly for my admins. I tried to select all 3 of them by clicking 1 through 3 and holding shift. And I did that and only 2 went in the first time. And then I tried it the 3rd time with the last one and it said it worked. So let me try again. I have the real game 2 now. Every other castings have it the correct games. Well, yeah, exactly. But I had the correct game. It said game 2, which was apparently game 3, which is a bug we've never experienced before. And now I have game 2, and now it's the other one. So, weird. Anyways, here we go. All right, so we do know that this is out of order because of a recorded game issue. The game I had said game 2, as I showed my chat, and that was apparently game 3. But it's a play all 3. Every win still counts. Lucho, he's got to get some early damage in here because he has picked Incas. So I think, like, Persians, clearly he wanted to play the early game and beat Hera fast. He doesn't have faith if it's a long game against Hera. And now he's picked Incas. And Incas is just not a civ that I would normally expect to be very good on this map. They do not have a clear good late game. And Bohemians do. Like, Bohemians could get the walls down and use all this stone and gold. This would be a good position. Hera actually sees the eagle is there from Lucho. He's just pushing in a deer. Lucho wants to lame to start off the game. But I think Lucho has basically said, I need to kill Hera fast. And if I don't have chances. Even just from the draft. The Armenian game, he wanted long swords. Ended up being a 12-minute game. And then the Persians are the Northern Crossings as well. So, the boars are both together for Hera. In the old days, you could actually steal 2 of them. But I don't even think you should try and steal 1 if you're Lucho, because Hera will know that, and Hera will block you. Lumber camp on the backside for Lucho. He's now checking Hera's wood line. Hera has 2 villagers there, so Hera's villagers would be safe against the eagle. Lucho probably needs to head on home. This whole time, Hera's just pushing deer. So Hera's got an extra 300 food because he pushed in 2 deer. Lucho's found no real reward. I think the game plan is probably to drush. So 2 militia into pressure on Hera's base. And Hera, if he expects that, might just play fast feudal archers or something. Lucho's eagle just been prowling around this whole time. Hera sees him. Hera backs away. But Hera's probably like, I have 2 deer, so I'm fine. I'm good there. I got 2 deer. I'll get my sheep. I'll get my boar. And the scout's a little bit faster. 4 on wood for Lucho. The expectation now is the barracks on the front. Someone in chat says, T90, your bug is logical. You missed/had a corrupted file. AoE didn't accept it. Counting game 3 as game 2 and naming it as such. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know file logic like you guys do. All I know is AoE logic. And I've done, like, probably hundreds of sets via recorded games, and I've never had it say game 2 and it was game 3, so. We've got the barracks now for Lucho, and it'll be 2 militia. Some people will go, like, 3 or 4 militia. I don't think 3 or 4 militia is good if the opponent has the food income to go fast feudal. Yeah, and I agree, Oak Warrior. Files, I still don't understand how the name was correct, but the rec was wrong. It's super weird. Also, the timing on that, where I was talking about mistakes, and how if I ever make a mistake, it's not me, into that, is uncanny. Yeah. I mean, I'll speak to the devs on it, and we could make sure it doesn't happen again, but... Dude, thank God. Thank God it wasn't in a best of 5 or a best of 7, though. Because best of 5 or best of 7, that actually spoils things. Especially if one of those games is a decider game. That would essentially spoil 2 games, so... But yeah, it's embarrassing and it's annoying, but, you know, I did everything that I always do, and we're here. A militia's on the way. 3 militia, which Hera saw. He should know the militia were there. I thought he caught a glimpse of one. I could be wrong, though, because he's trying... Oh, he missed the barracks. He's being a greedy boy here. He's pushing in another deer. But he finds out the hard way, saves his villager, completes the house anyways. Woodline needs to be walled up. Doesn't get the wall yet. But Hera does a really good job at fighting this back if he has a choke point. If you have a choke point against this, you can stack up your vills a little bit. That villager's weak. He'll shift that other villager to the back. He could also bring in his scout here in a moment. Really nice job from Hera. You create the choke. You save the weak villager in the back, and then he actually gets the palisade down. And now Lucho can't get the damage. If there's two players I would never drush, I would never drush Viper. I mean, I have drushed Viper. Doesn't work. And I would never drush Hera. I think the difference between the two of them in this regard is usually Hera's a little bit better at knowing it's coming. And with Viper, it doesn't even matter if he knows or doesn't know, because the second you arrive, he's normally going to get the quick walls. So, yeah, Lucho's build, it's not necessarily to win the game with the militia. It's the follow-up into Man-at-Arms. So, he's got clean economy. He's on the way to feudal. And, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, fun fact about this. So, Hera placed a gate foundation. If someone places a gate foundation, the enemy hears the gate sound before they touch the gate. I don't think they've ever patched that. So, in that instance, I'm guessing that Lucho might have heard the gate and then just ran away because he knew that that meant he was going to be trapped or something. I could actually be wrong that was patched out, but last I checked that's always been the case in the game, which obviously is like kind of disappointing. Someone gets an audio cue that they're about to be trapped in. Archers are already out. Lucho wants Man-at-Arms, but you might not want to go for Man-at-Arms now when the archers are already out. There's already 2 archers. Bohemians have the cheap blacksmith. Hera can snag fletching, no problem. Feels like Lucho's build was to play Man-at-Arms, but you might just want to cancel it here. I don't like the upgrade. Yeah, he cancels it. So that's a good move. And he's going to go double archer range. So no food underneath the town center. He'll need farms for the food and the berries. And Hera just killing everything here. The whole drush, Man-at-Arm build did not do what he would have wanted to do. He killed 0 villagers from Hera. It does delay Hera's eco upgrades a little bit, but it's a 5-0 KD for Hera. And newly promoted Lucho is just sitting here like, ugh. Oh, man. I mean, this was the narrative. It was the same when Sizcon was up against Yo the other day, and when Rapard was up against MBL. And is that the game? Yeah, I think he calls it. All right. Well, first game was long. Next 2 games rather short. We got them slightly out of order. I mean, 5-0 KD for Hera. From here, Hera has fletching and Lucho does it, so he would lose these 2 skirms. And yeah, the follow-up skirms are not going to be enough either. And Hera gets the $30 per win. Hera is loving life with the $30 per win. I don't know what that averages out to per hour, but Hera pretty much just stomps him. Very close series. Lucho's going to have more to show us, but I think that it's going to be tough. There's going to be moments like these games. Hera was ahead, right? But let's just be real. There's going to be moments where things go wrong and the games are close. It worries me when someone resigns that quickly that they're not going to be able to grind out the victories in those scenarios. Would you agree with me, chat? Would you agree with me? I'm not saying he's going to win that game. He lost 5 units in a row. He overextended with his 2 skirms. I get it. But, like, think of, like, ACCM at the highest level, right? Like, ACCM will occasionally just win a game he has no business winning because he fights, right? So, I think it was the mentality of being 18 or 19 years old up against world number 1. For Lucho, that's something that I think largely had to do with the situation. But yeah, three quick and easy games for Hera, and as expected, Hera gets a sweep. And we'll see what happens in the future games for Hera. But kind of expected. Hera has 4 other strong players in the group. There are players that I think could challenge him to get victories, but I think Lucho and Sizcon are going to have a really tough time in this group. Here's another look at the group. You have Yo, Hart, Hera, Lucho, Vinchester, and Sizcon. So, Yo swept Sizcon. Games were a bit longer, but still he got the 3-0. Hera gets the 3-0 over Lucho. The series to watch for the first round in this group is actually the one we'll see tomorrow, Hart, Vinchester. The Hart Vinchester is kind of up in the air for me. All right. We haven't done any sets from Group B yet. And Group B has Dark, Mihai, Sato, Dragonstar, Viper, and Vivi. So of all the sets today, I felt like the first and the third set were going to be the sets that were the most up in the air. ACCM Lewis was really good. The next one's going to be Dark against Mihai. Any predictions there, chat? Let's remember, Dark was top 4 in the previous season of Titans League. He beat Viper in the group stage and 3 other players in that group. He went into the playoffs. He beat Tato and he beat Yo before losing in the semifinals to Leary. So with that in mind, if it's Titans League Season 4 Dark, I would say Dark. But I think in my predictions, I predicted Mihai. Because I think Mihai's a really good player. I think he's more consistent. And I think he's underrated. I think I predicted 2-1 Mihai. I think it's very open. We got the Dark fanboys in chat. I probably should be more biased towards Dark because we were teams in the 2v2. But I got to speak my mind and get my thoughts across for what they are. So Zebra says Mihai will sweep. I honestly could go either way. I think it's very open. I have no clue what to expect. Even with home map preferences. Dark likes to pick closed maps, but he could also play the open map. So anyways, sorry about the recorded game issue. That was kind of out of my control, as I explained. We need a short break to get everything set up for the next set. Dark versus Mihai, Group D action, TTL 5, when I'm back.
Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Bereite.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucha. Hova, Sucha. Hova, Sucha. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Tuocha. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Bereite.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise.
Flickmann.
Das ich soll.
Bereite.
Ja. Das war Heise. Das war Heise. Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Streetes. Sa.
Auber.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Bereite.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war das ich soll. Das war
Das ich soll.
Ja.
Ja. Das ist toll. Ja. Hey, ja. Das ist toll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
Ja. Das ist toll.
Ja. Das ich soll.
Hey ya. Hey ya. Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
All right. So, you never know what you're going to get, right? We have 15 maps in the map pool, and we have had a lot of African River so far. We've had a lot of slopes so far. We've had a lot of maps that players don't want to take any risks. They don't want to get into any of the clowny stuff, any of the new stuff, right? Particularly the new stuff. I expected that. That happens every single season is players, they don't want any surprises, right? Well, thank you for the welcome back, chat. Look at this Civ draft for this series. Coast Arena game number 1. Reverse Acropolis as Mihai's home map. And then Bypass as Dark's home map. And not only that, we've got Cumin's number 1 pick there from Dark. So apparently he's going to go fast feudal double TC. And then we got like Spanish. We got Turks in there. We got some really heavy gunpowder civilization. So I expect some very different games. And, in theory, some longer games compared to the previous set. Would you believe me if I told you, though, that wasn't the fastest series in TTL? Daniel's a player in gold who's kind of known for resigning quickly. And then he was up against a new player named Dudaju, who's also known for resigning quickly. And the first game was 11 minutes. The second game was 13 minutes. And then the third game was 14 minutes in a play all 3. It was so freaking fast, man. So, yeah. But we'll probably have one game here be longer than the whole series. So, all right. I'm going to open it up to questions if you have TTL questions. For like 2 minutes, and then we're just going to YOLO into this series, guys. So ask away if you have any. If you don't, that's fine. I'll do my thing. I'll talk about the Titans League sets we've got coming up tomorrow. We could talk a little bit about the merch on the TTL TV site, and we could also talk about the predictions and how I need to get those results up there. We're working on that so people can actually look at their results. Actually, no, it is there. It's updated now. If you go to the predictions tab, because I'm currently tied for first place. That's good. The goal for this is to update every single day, so we wouldn't have the results from earlier applied yet. But you should be able to now look up your predictions if you want to, chat. The same with Fantasy Team as well. So, on predictions, there's a guy called T90 Officials Left Testicle. What the hell is this? I searched for T90 in here. We got T90 Feet Picks. We got T90 Clean. We got Actually Me. We have T90's Left Arm. We have T90 T90 Blind, T90's Left Testicle, and then T90 Cardboard League. Well, apparently we need to have people assign we have to have people log in with their YouTube and Twitch names next time. All right. Well, that's fun. Thanks for pointing that out to me, Dr. Loops. Yikes, dude. Thanks to whoever that was for making this extremely awkward. Gingerbeer, thanks for the 37 months. Any real questions? Anything that doesn't have to do with my feet that you guys would like to talk about before we hop into this? I'm not going to talk about soup recipes. I'm not really a cook. Okay. Eager Leech with a good question. Says, what would expand TTL further, making bronze a group stage? Yeah, that would be the way to do it. If we were to expand the format even further, we would have play all 3s into bronze as well. I think that's as far as you would want to take it, though, because it's already so deep into the player base. I think that's probably as far as you would go, and then you would have something below bronze, which is essentially the qualifier. The other thing is, how many years does it take to get to the top? So if you expand another tier and make it a full group, and you got to play the full year, it would actually become very difficult. You'd have to rise up. It'd take like 3 to 4 years to get to platinum, which I think would be too much. So honestly, I think as is, it's at a really good spot in terms of how quickly you can rise up. So, but the things we can always improve. Improve the maps, which I feel we've done this season. Improve the prize pool splits and the total amount of money, which we've done this season. Those things go a long way. So, and then also improve the coverage. So we'll be able to cover the silver and the gold playoffs, which will mean a lot to me. All right. Why does Mihai show as having 0 sets remaining on the fantasy teams? Dude, I don't know. It's probably a bug. I don't know. And I'm not going to double check that right now because we will hop into game number 1, but it's all being paid attention to. I would say mention it in chat to a mod or something and we can pass it along and get that worked up. All right. But yeah, predictions in chat. I love this map that we're about to see. I think we're about to see some of the best Age of Empires we've seen today. And thank you everyone again. I feel bad if I can't answer all your questions, but I do appreciate the questions. I'm doing my best to cast it all, cover it all, and keep you guys all informed. All right. The excitement has been good so far. Let's go. So, first series in Group D, Season 5 Platinum. We have not seen any of the players in this group yet. Some of these players you're probably going to recognize. The big one there, of course, is probably the Viper. Viper will be playing. We've got Vivi in there, Dragonstar, Sato, and then we have Dark and Mihai. Now, Dark and Mihai, I would kind of put at the same level in terms of overall talent, but Dark had a crazy run in Titans League Season 4. He ended up going 4-1 in terms of set wins, so I think he was 2-1 in a lot of those playoff threes, but he still won majority of his sets, including beating Viper. Then he went to the playoffs where he beat Yo, then he beat Tato, and then he ended up losing in the semifinals up against Leary. That was a crazy performance. And after that, everyone was like, man, Dark it's finally his time. Dark top 10, here we go. And then it hasn't happened again since. So, I mean, that doesn't mean Dark has been playing well. It's just really hard to replicate that performance for him. So, he is a bit of a wild card. And then Mihai is a player who I've been waiting to say is consistently top 16, is maybe even consistently top 10. I think he is very similar to Dark. He's got the potential, but he just needs to string some consistent results together. So, Mihai is playing as the Italians. The map is Coast Arena. On a scale of 1 to 6,732,000, what do you guys think about this map? Because I'm near the north of that, whatever number I just said. The number's very high. I love this map. I think it's produced some really interesting games so far. You've got the water, and you have the land, so it's a mix of water and the arena style. The most important thing to point out, though, is we have fixed the stones and golds forward in their base. So it'd be a very different map if you had back gold and back stone. Tower rushing is possible. We've seen that from Koreans. Castle dropping is very likely. But then water is always so important, too, with the fishing eco and the oysters. The other thing about this season, which is crazy and also kind of terrifying at the same time, the new patch comes out in 10 days. There's a new DLC included and a new water balance. So we will have 2 weeks for players to get used to an already very difficult map. And then they are also implementing the new patch. And we're going to all figure that out ourselves, right? I think even for me, I'm not going to have an idea of exactly how things are going to play out. So that'll make this map even more interesting. But what you do have is you do have the gold on the shoreline. These are oysters you can take with fishing ships and vills. So if you were to get pushed off your main gold, you do have that. It's 4 areas of oysters, which is about, I think that's 1,800 gold. Mihai is the better water sieve here because he's gone for the Italians. But Dark has the more standard arena pick with the Turks. So free light cav upgrade. Gunpowder's crazy strong. It's just how do you want to balance that, right? Because if you want to play gunpowder, you need food. And the best way to get lots of food is to have lots of fish. But then if you play Navy to keep your fish alive, then you're not castle dropping your opponent. It's very tricky. I wouldn't hate Mihai, though, just going water and adapting based on what he sees. And I think if you see very little resistance on water, then you probably try and switch into some archers or something on land. You just have to play it by ear a little bit. Italians have that luxury. Italians actually have nice counter to gunpowder later on with the condotieros as well. But yeah, there's a lot of gold in the map. Lots of res in general, but most of the golden stone is all positioned towards the middle, so. And also the relics are obviously there, just like Arena. There is something that players, I think, need to get used to on this map. As I see a barracks from Mihai, which is surprising. I think they need to get used to redocking. So, you're going to see them fish out all of this. And then in a game where one player has one water, they then end up having their fishing ships just go idle, or even having to build fish traps, which sounds good, but sometimes you're getting pushed on land and units run in here. But if you delete your own little seawall and you walk this way and just build another dock, there's tons of fish. So fish are going to be crazy strong. What is this build? Is he going to go transport? I saw one other player do this. It was Daniel in Gold League. He went transport and archers, and I thought it was the most ridiculous thing. But I think that's what he's doing. He's going militia. He's adding a transport ship. What? All right. I mean, meanwhile, Dark, he had a bit of a rough time with his build here. He wants to click Feudal Age. He got housed. So he's down half a villager because of that. Dark is just going with heavy fishing ships. And I assume fast castle. Oh, come on, Mihai. Bring a villager. Bring a villager for a forward dock. This could be so good. If you just bring the army, it's a problem. Okay, there he goes. I mean, we'll see what happens. Game number 1. I don't know if Mihai really loves this map. I think there's a very good chance that he was hoping not to have to play this. Because the way the map draft works for this season, you each get a ban, you each get a pick, you each ban 5 maps, and then there's 3 remaining. And of that 3, game 1 is randomed. In years past, we just had players ban until there was 1 remaining. And we might not have seen this map. I think both players probably took a chance. They're like, I don't really like that one. But we'll hope that we don't get unlucky. But like, holy crap. Borgdor, thank you. Z-Swam, thank you. Here he comes. Just passing, bro. And what does Dark do? Does Dark even notice this? He has to notice this, right? Hello. Dark sees it. And there's an archer range here. Oh my god. I mean, Dark has no loom. He does get the walls down, which saves his vills initially. But his whole game plan will change. Everything about this changes. And there's also a fire galley coming from Mihai. Dark has loom queued up. Dark was never planning on military. He goes for the barracks now. He needs more quick walls. What a build from Mihai just to take control. And yeah, good pressure. Dark still wants to go Castle Age, but he can't now. He has to add fire galleys. He needs to get over to gold to make more fire galleys. There is a tower going up here from Mihai. But guys, Dark can be really good under pressure. I played with him in a 2v2 tournament, and I just found like he's so good. Sometimes it feels like he's underreacting, but I think he just does a good job at calculating it. Here might have been an underreaction, though. You never see any chaos when you watch him play. But this might end up being bad for him. That tower is going up for Mihai. This tower isn't up for Dark yet. Man-at-Arms are also battering through the house. The villagers aren't building, dude. The villagers aren't building. He's moving these vills around. He gets the stone wall. It would be crazy if he doesn't lose the villager here. What? That's insane. Look how weak the villagers are inside that tower. Okay, well, for now, he saves those vills. He's still under a lot of pressure. There's still going to be archers. For now, he's also saving his fish. The man-at-arms are problematic, though, because the tower can't end up hitting them, and now he drops the archer range. Sorry, but I have to see the eco. Okay, we have shorefish. We have villagers on oysters. We've got berries. So it's a pretty clean economic situation for Mihai. He is adding fishing ships as well. Dark is still repairing his tower. Dark can't batter down this tower because the man-at-arms and archers are always around. But Dark holds on water so far. Archers from Mihai are going to run this way, which Dark doesn't have a response for because he can't tower there. And Dark needs to wall that out, and he doesn't see it. He's not expecting it. I think this pressure is paying off for Mihai. The archers being over here is such a nice position. He'll let that villager go, but he runs right to the wood line. And now Dark will fight this back. There's some weak vills, though. Mihai's fighting back. Dark is out of stone. He can't repair anymore. Fletching just came in, too, so the tower's actually ranging the vills. And you have the archers over here, and Dark is still trying to quick wall. 6-0 eco KD for Mihai. This is a crazy opening. I mean, I'd like to publicly apologize to Daniel for calling him out for transporting on this map, because he lost that game, and I just thought, well, that's just stupid. But now I'm looking at this, and it's kind of genius. What a great job. It could easily turn around for Mihai if he doesn't prioritize water. There are 3 fire galleys on the way, but that's already enough damage where I feel like you'd be very happy. And it seems like he's timed it out perfectly. He'll lose his transport ship, but he will have enough fires to defend his fish. And his tower... How is Mihai's tower not shooting his tower down? Mihai does need to be careful that he doesn't lose all of his army to this tower. And lose his vills as well. I don't know exactly how that just turned around, guys, but I thought for sure that Mihai was going to shoot this tower down. But Dark is holding. Dark has some skirms around. Dark will kill those 2 forward villagers. Mihai probably shifted his focus more so on the water. And yeah, that's some great hits with the demos. All right, I mean, Dark can build a market and balance out his resources. He ends up killing some villagers. He's adding a few more fishing ships. He has 0 defense on water if these fire galleys come back over. So he'll need some more production. But maybe he's put an end to this attack. Yeah, Garta, that's true. We might have actually had the tower bug and I didn't notice it, where the tower wasn't fighting for Mihai. That's actually a very good call, chat. I can go back and look later, but I think we should continue to cast now. I want to see what happened there. It was odd because I thought they both were out of stone, but Mihai had more inside the tower. But remember, Mihai also left the tower with his archers to go raid this side. So maybe that's what happened, is he left and he didn't have as much arrow fire. Dark's going to be on the way up, but Dark is not going to have much protection for his fishing ships. His 3 fires on the way, and apparently there's a demo back there. I think, if anything, Dark should try and play like heavy siege pressure or something. Mihai's on stone for a castle. Mihai's on gold. Mihai even dropped in range here to get some army into the middle. And still Dark, as he deletes his whole stone wall there. Dark hasn't killed this yet. I mean, it's just clear that like, Mihai's setting the tone of this game. I don't know how Dark hasn't killed this yet. He has 4 archers inside of his town center. So I think he could always go chase that down. He's adding more fire galleys. He's actually fleeing with a villager over here. So maybe he'll go for one of those docks we mentioned. Hasn't lost many fishing ships yet. Fishing ships are weak, but they'll still work just as efficiently if they're weak. That's a nice hold from Dark. There's the other dock from Dark. Damn, what a crazy map. Hero Fold, I did not make this map, no. All the maps So once we decide on the map pool, which is more of a team thing, there's lots of maps that I like or the team doesn't like, and then basically I have the final say. I'm really picky because I want the maps to be good and I want them to be balanced. But yeah, once we decide on the map pool, we then look through the balance of it. So I get in a call, T-West is the scripter, and I say like, hey, we need this and we need that. So the one main thing for me, I thought this map was crap if the stone and gold wasn't always fixed on the front. And that's a big factor right now because Mihai is dropping a castle on the stone for Dark. Dark is going to have to fall back. But I think it might have been better to hit the golds. Like, maybe he didn't realize, maybe he didn't know. It was a very messy game. But, like, that's not a bad castle. But imagine if he placed it on the gold. He could always bring some army over to disrupt the gold anyways. I think the War Galley upgrade being cheap is really nice here for Mihai. The archer range will go down for him, but it did its job. Dark is recovered on water. Dark is making a transport ship? I don't know what that's for. Maybe it's for these archers, but That's kind of wild. What does Dark do here? I feel like he needs a siege workshop. Again, sometimes when you watch Dark, it feels like he's underreacting. I just... Here, does it look like maybe he notices? He's sending the fires this way, so they're going to miss each other. The fires for Mihai are being sneaky. There's also a transport ship this way. He's going to transport for 3 archers. Nobody expects it. It might be good. Relics are coming in for Mihai. Ridiculous game. The fire galleys for Mihai still need to hunt the fish. But now, maybe the fish will go down for Mihai. He does have a lot of demos here. He's got 3 demos, so I don't think he'll lose his fish. I'd like to see this castle focus on the wall. Okay, he is doing that, actually. So now he can run in. And we have a panic TC from Dark. That is very last minute, though. I just think he's struggling to keep up with the game right now. I know score says he's ahead, but it feels like Mihai's in such a good spot. That castle is so strong. Dark completes the town center. Now Mihai will go for a siege workshop. But Mihai can run right in here as well. Like, the wood line's exposed. Transport! Let's go! Archer comeback time! All right. I mean, he's about to get some good damage, and there's no army here, so boom. He's killed 1 Vil, 2 Vils. Worth it. And especially if he gets to the stone and gold on the front, Mihai might need to send some army home. Mihai's sending a skirmisher home. Do the seawalls block the fire? Oh, God, they do. Those fires for Dark are not doing any damage. Mihai didn't even realize. He shouldn't have moved. So the seawalls block the fire damage from the enemy. That's really good to know. The transport comes back to save the archers. They must be good friends. But the wood line. I think this is where it all falls apart here for Dark. The wood line. The castle can send Genoese crossbowmen right in. That is some crazy damage. And there's going to be siege onto the town center too. Dark can't drop a counter castle because he doesn't have stone. Dark hasn't killed the fishing ships really. He's harassing them but not getting the kills. His transport might end up going down and the archers don't know how to swim. This might be Mihai's game. All on the back of the transport ship. I think if you're the one pressuring the middle on this map, you just can't lose water right away. As long as you hold on water for a little while, then take the land, it's really good. But sometimes you see the extremes where one guy has water and then the other guy has land, and it's... The water player can still take gold from the oysters, right? So, oftentimes you see the water player in those situations have the faster Imperial Age. I think this is an example. This isn't... None of this was perfect for Mihai, but it's just to create chaos, right? And take initiative and be aggressive. I love it. And it's a bit of a statement, too. Maybe he feels like his multitasking is a little bit better than Dark's. Dark's going to win water. Dark has enough fire ships where I would foresee that happening, but that would take a lot of time. And it's at a point where it might not necessarily matter. Mihai has a couple monks that collected those relics. And he has redemption now. So with redemption, he could just convert the defensive siege from Dark and continue sinking damage into this town center. Impressive from Dark to still be in the game because it feels like so many things have gone wrong. But now he knows redemption is in. And you just hope you can get the kill because Sanctity isn't in. But Mihai's microing it. And I'm sure the next thing he'll do is get Sanctity. The Genoese crossbowmen are there too. Nice split micro from Mihai. Who needs the monk at this point? And yeah, the Mangonel gets deleted because Dark knew he would lose it. More micro from Mihai. His micro is insane. But, I mean, you got to get Sanctity because then your monks... Oh, that was a nice shot. If you get Sanctity, then your monks can get hit once by the siege, and they'll always have enough time to get the conversion, so... Genoese crossbowmen probably aren't needed anymore either. Maybe you can invest some of that wood into some farming eco, some town centers. He's on 3 TCs already. This is really nice. Dark is saving for Imp right now, which might be the only way to come back in the game. Nice micro from Dark. You'll take that. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Monks haven't actually done too much for Mihai yet. And Dark has this stone. Is Dark about to click up? Dude, I mean... I still feel like the monks shut this down, but maybe there's a chance. Mihai has to micro. Dark has to be careful, though. No! Redemption, no! Don't go imp in this TC. No! He clicked imp in this TC. At least he realized. I don't think this town center is staying up for very long. Yeah, I mean, this town center is not staying up. He can't take the stone. He can't take any gold, except for a little bit from the oysters. He does still have fire ships. And he's pressuring on the water, like we said. But imp into what exactly is the play? He's adding fish because he knows he's won the water. But this is brutal. There's 400 gold there. There's 200 gold there. And he's stonewalling, and he's still going to try, and he's falling back. He might not get imp. That's at 40%. I don't even know if he can defend the imp TC. As risky as it looks, I think this is the best play from Dark to win this game is the Turks. So it's probably the right thing to try. But Mihai's just had a great game. Again, he loses his fish, but he's not completely losing water. He's got a great farming eco. Does he make it to imp, guys? Yes or no? It's got 900 HP at 70%. He would have to repair. Okay, he's repairing. You all are saying no. But repair villagers might... repair with more! Repair with more! Repair with more! Quick, 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 quick! Fast! Fast! It went down to 3 HP. It's gone, surely. Oh my god! That was close. That was close. I mean, if he brought these villagers to repair, maybe he saves it. But even if he makes it to imp, this army was through. This army would be around. A lot of these vills are exposed. He's getting pushed on the wood line. I think he could make like 1 or 2 bomber cannons. And with 1 or 2 bomber cannons, that's not going to be enough. Monks could still probably convert. I actually think Mihai has enough eco. He could just drop stables and make some knights at that point. That was a crazy game. So, I thought Dark played well, but it was at a disadvantage after the opening for Mihai. And now we need to factor that in as a possibility on this map, because it actually can work. Here I thought the Italians would just play water and play economy, but it was a mix of both. Well played there from Mihai. That was literally everything the map offers, guys. Like if I were instead of a used car salesman, if I was like a used map salesman and I would try and sell you on this map, I'd be like, yeah, you've got the water and the gold on the outside, and you've got the ability to go transports. You know, I'd say all these things you wouldn't think would happen. Sorry to any used car salesmen out there. I've had weird experiences, but no, that was everything. Land, water, outside, inside, castle drops, monks. Sick. Great game. Now, that's not exactly what we sounded like, our base. I hope, anyways. Hey, Mirko. Welcome. Yeah, Deadly Cookie. Malay was played, at least in Gold League, and it looked really good. Malay are a very nice pick. They were banned here by Mihai, so clearly Mihai thinks they're a solid counter. I think Bengalis is also really good. Bohemians is really good. It's a mix of good water civs, but also civilizations that fare pretty well in arena. But some arena civs also double as water civs. Italians is one of them. Malay is one of them. But yeah, the action only continues because we've got bypass now. And it will be... What? What is that? I think Mihai... I don't know if he's gonna be happy with his choice or what, but these civs, man, is the last thing I was expecting. So Dark picked humans first, which made me think he would have to play them, but it could have been mind games. And here we are, bypass. He goes humans, and he's gonna attempt a second TC. I saw this matchup in Gold League. What ended up happening was the human player built this TC here. And then the Roman player went full like Scorpion and Pikemen and Rams and went Fast Castle and tried to pressure all this. But hold up, we've got some early action. Mihai. He should know, if he knows the map, that the Rhino always spawns on the front. Okay, he didn't see it, but he's bringing forward a villager. And wait a second. Dark is going to build a house there. Hello. What is that wall? Is that just to be annoying so he can't leave the gate? Is that actually worth it? People do that at low elo because it confuses people. But like, Dark could just delete his wall and leave. Okay. That's kind of funny at the very least. Mihai is also going to build a second layer of walls behind because he's scared he's going to get pressured. Well, you know what could be really good here? Something Tata would do is tower rush into the second TC. Dark is trying to push Zebra from the other side of the map, which tells me he didn't find these. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's trying to push Zebra from the outside of the map, which is doable, but it will take some time. But yes, let me back up and let me just start from scratch here. We got Cumans. You usually only see them because they're going to go fast feudal 2 TC. And no matter what civ you're playing, you normally need to base your strategy around destroying those town centers. And so I would like to see Dark, if he's going to try the second TC, don't build it in the same spot as your first one. Build it over here. And then it's separated. And then at least if one economy gets killed, the other is safe. It obviously is harder to get going if you do that, but that would make sense to me. I want to see Mihai go fast castle, scorpions, and rams. And just play like double siege workshop. I think Romans can do it. It's cheaper to make the scorpions. And yeah, I just don't think both civs kind of have an awkward late game, but I just don't think you want this to become a boom game. But if you're not going to be aggressive, you could also just go fast castle and go 3 town centers. But then you give Dark a lot of initiative over the map. So, I don't know. Welcome, Sia Queen. First time on the channel. Says, love the content, T90. And I love my husband. Oh, that's... that's funny. Thank you. Not funny that you love your husband. Not funny that you love the channel. But I thought it was funny that you showed up. You said, I love the channel. And you needed to also add that you loved your husband. So maybe he's hanging out watching the stream with you. But yeah, well played. And Dark ended up getting one of the zebra from the outside. He'll try and push in the zebra that's a bit closer now. Hold the gate open with the sheep. But maybe Dark kind of played his hand a little bit because he had already played Turks. I do have the civ draft here. I think this is the draft. Or is that the other way around? Hold on, we're getting this. We're getting this. We got this. Yeah, this is the draft. So let's think about this. He went Turks. Vietnamese could have easily been played here. Wei could have easily been played here. Georgians maybe as well. So it actually wasn't that clear to Mihai that he would do this. But Romans is Mihai's last pick. Having already played Italians. I would have thought Spanish here. So maybe he went Romans because he expected to be up against... Yeah, I think I don't see a reason why you'd pick Romans over Spanish, to be honest. So, all right. Trying to get into the habit of showing that stuff. I also have the groups. Can I get some oohs and ahs from chat? Ooh. Ah. Yeah, I'm going to get you in the habit of using this stuff. We added a bunch of stuff into my stream deck here just to make things look a bit nicer. But unfortunately, I am in full control of it, and that is the downside. So you have to wait until I get used to it. I'll get used to it. The final week is going to be perfect. We have like over a month now, so. Thank you. Legendary Newbie says T90 is Ganji coming back. Ganji's going to have to step it up if he wants to stay a gold player. But he's a really good player, so I could see it. So the funny thing about these walls is if Dark wanted to scout the front to see the big, massive palisade walls, that he can't do that without deleting his own wall. But he never did it. So, like... and he's not pressuring either. At least not yet. So this wall is looking kind of silly. As far as Mihai's concerned. Mihai's definitely doing what we said. He's trying to go fast castle into some heavy pressure. And that's where the second town center is going for Dark. Which is risky. But if you do what I said and you go to the outside, that is a lot of walking time. And it's just really bad for your economy to do that, so... But the way I think this game is going to pan out, I think it's going to be full feudal army. Mods, we can have a Don Cabron joke. That's fine. That's not a big deal. Everybody knows what happened there. That's fine. Oh, yeah, the group's still up. Thank you. But, yeah. Wait, this is bugged. It shouldn't stay up. All right. This is not my fault, but it glitched out on me. And now it won't Oh, wait. It's gone now. Okay. Well, let me know if anything else pops up. Blacksmith and market there for Mihai. I think the plan is Siege Workshop. Both players pushed in as much food as they can. But yeah, I think what this will turn into is Dark has to play full feudal against this. So he's going to get pushed heavily on the front of his base. So a full feudal scout sounds good, but it takes a long time to get there. And then this is a choke point, which is really good for the Scorpions. I don't know if I like this. T90, I am watching Ted Lasso, and must I say, you have a striking resemblance to Jason Sudeikis. I think if Jason Sudeikis didn't have the mustache, he wouldn't be saying that. But I was almost Ted Lasso for Halloween one year. It's a good show, but I don't know how similar I actually look to Jason Sudeikis. But I've heard much worse. I've had people compare me to freaking Joffrey from Game of Thrones before, so it's maybe one of the most offensive. That's at least in the top 5 of most offensive comparisons I've received. So Dark doesn't know what the opponent's doing. Mihai can see the TC now, so he knows. He just finds this out, which is at a good time because he has to decide on how he plays this. I think you just got to storm the middle, but you're down by a lot of villagers. It's got to be quick. And that's the thing. If you don't kill off that human eco, they will just surpass you in everything. You could maybe justify a mix of like push and TCs, but that's tough too. Almost feels like you're down 15 vills already. Just go full army. But some people like to still go for the second town center. Dark is clearly expecting the pressure, but what happens when he loses 13 houses? It's smart to build your houses here because it's your best form of wall in feudal, but like, you better realize when this starts to get pushed that you're going to need houses elsewhere, dude. Oh, man. Here we go. Double Siege Workshop. I love it. I love it. Go 1 ram. Well, maybe 2 rams, 2 scorps. And Dark needs to sense this. Dark needs to know, and Dark needs to go army. But he wants to go Castle Age. Interesting. All right. I mean, if he can click up, maybe he has enough time, but he will have no army against this. And here we go. Mihai is moving forward. Mihai's scout is just attacking the gate right now. Dark's scout is a little bit weaker, so he actually doesn't want to go mess with that right now. And... Dude, I'm so happy we're seeing this scenario, guys. This is so funny. This is so funny. We have a house wall against siege. We have unloomed villagers building for their lives right now. I just cannot wait to see what happens to Dark's pop space and see if Dark can survive. He's getting loom. He should click up in the back TC. You should never click up in the front TC. It's too risky. And you got to run for gold elsewhere, too. I don't think you can take this gold much longer. Okay, he's going on his way. Now, you can build the Siege Workshop in Feudal Age with the Civ, but you can only make your own rams. So I don't know if that's a play to make your own rams here. I think you have to basically hope and wait till Castle Age. But, dude, this is so quick. And you still have to protect your vills, right? Like, the Scorpions can kill vills. I don't see how Dark survived. He has to run. We literally... Story time. We literally put the resources here on the sides after early versions of Bypass because of someone getting pushed in the middle. That someone was me. I was like, if I actually had some resources on the outside to expand to with a couple mills, I would have been fine. And, you know, it went both ways. We did, like, a bunch of different games to eventually get here, but It's the interesting aspect of the map, but you can't forget that exists. You can lose your farming eco, drop a mill out here, and you're good. Okay, that siege workshop's in the back. This TC is just researching wheelbarrow. He will probably make it to Castle Age. But I don't know if he'll have a siege workshop. And Mihai is booming as well. Mihai's getting the second TC. The eco for Dark is crazy inefficient. Wheelbarrow did complete in the last second. Dark, please castle drop his base right now. That is the best play. Because you're in trouble. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god. I love this so much. This is so good, dude. This is so good. He has enough stone. He might build some town centers. But imagine if he castle drops over here. Dark is abandoning his entire eco. You can tell he's in adapt mode because that's not a mining camp I would advise. He does have this siege workshop. That could make a mangonel maybe. But yeah, he's just running. He has to be careful with his wood. Oh, he still has the market, but like... I don't know, man. Like, I'm looking over here. These vills don't have a mill yet. These vills don't have a mill yet. He might run out of wood. But... this is a wasteland now. Like, Dark's whole base has been evacuated. And, it will be hard for his eco to be very efficient with how they're currently working. It's not game over. He still has a 10 villager lead. But what a great job from Mihai, guys. This was perfect. And it's just so risky to go for humans here. If you do it on arena, you have a stone wall at least, and you have space. But on bypass, oh, man. I mean, Miyako, I think the Romans was a really good call. But... is this better than the Spanish? It was my thought. With Ram Scorpion push, it absolutely is. Spanish would have to play like castle. You'd have to build a castle here. Then you'd have to wait for mangonels. Then maybe Dark has a little bit more time. So yeah, Romans was a really good call. Scorpion's over on the side, going for a raid. Down goes the Scorpion. Now there's a Lion, though. Dark went from 2 TCs back to 2 TCs. He no longer has the stone, though. And the Ram Scorpion train is coming. Oh, Dark. Oh, no. I mean, he's going to run out of places to run. He's going to have to run into Mihai's base. I think the only way he could have won is if he saved his stone and placed a castle on Mihai's face. But maybe he can hold this. I don't think he knew what direction the siege was coming, but he really should have, right? He should have, because this gate went down. No gold income for him. He needs to get the vills on gold. There's still gold here, too. And the one ram is about to go down. He is making a mangonel. But Mihai's eco has been really impressive, too. Oftentimes, if you're going for pressure like that, your eco is garbage, but... he got horse collar before every farm. He got bow saw super early. Mihai's looking good. And I think Dark might be more well-known than Mihai. But like I said, I think level-wise, they're very close. And a lot of that's just because Dark can be relatively inconsistent. Dark's holding. Oof. And Vill count's even now. Res collected's even. We have villagers this way from Mihai. He'll find quite a few villagers from Dark. Oh, this ram is going to go so hard. There's still 19 houses in there. I genuinely should be ramming down the houses. But what on earth is this game? I guess still much better for Mihai because he's 3 town centers. I see a monastery, so he's thinking about a couple relics. I also see scorpions this way, so he's hoping to pressure. Would love to see a barracks and a stable from Dark. I feel like light cav is achievable, but I think he's just been hit so hard he can't sort out what to do. He is dropping the barracks now. But this group is difficult. For Dark to replicate what he did in the previous season would be a tough task. He was top 4. And you're seeing it now. Mihai is really sharp, clearly prepped. What I would want to ask him is if he faced this in practice. Because the Roman's choice is looking pretty clutch right now. And it just the ratios at what he added to it, it felt all very calculated. He went for just enough army, and then he switched into the eco at the perfect times. Dark is gonna get his market denied. So another market he loses. How many siege workshops did he build this game? Like, is this his... He's got one on this side. He's got one on this side. And then he made like 3 in his base? Look at the value destroyed stat. 6,600 value destroyed by Mihai this game. That's a lot of buildings and units, of course. If you spend your wood on that many siege workshops, there's a problem. We will see a Lancer, though. We do have the stable there. I think Mihai spotted that and knows. So maybe he'll mix in some more monks. And Scorpion raids continue. There will be a Mangonel from this side. And Mihai's on the way to Imp. But Imp into what? Normally it's like Imp forward castle, but your opponent doesn't have a base anymore. So I guess you're castling one of the sides. And the right side is probably unlikely because there's step lancers. So maybe he wants to go here. But he's... I mean... He's got a lot to worry about. These Scorpions are exposed. Nice split micro. That's good. He saves the siege, but he loses the villager there. There's a lot of stuff coming from Dark now that he wasn't expecting. If Dark gets into a groove at all, he's dangerous. But just both games so far, the game plans from Mihai is just slow him down and be aggressive right away. But I could see 4 or 5 TC boom from Dark, and Dark with a very big vill lead. How do you end the game quickly with the Romans? With a fast imp. You need a castle to pressure the TCs, but he doesn't have army to protect it. Oh my god. Bro. This freaking ram. Some people, they just don't know how to work hard. Dude, if this ram was on these houses this whole time, it would have affected the game so much. He's almost at the pop limit. And the houses are still just sitting there. That really hurts. Oh god. Oh god, we've got a castle for Mihai. Yeah, he wants the castle close by. Well, I think he's okay. The Lancers will go in. The Lancers will get the monk. But one Lancer gets converted. The other Lancer will die. The castle will go up. At what point does Dark have to go back into his own base and get those farms? This is crazy. 97 vills for Dark. But now his opponent is an Imperial Age. He did go for capped ram. Hello? Dark? I think Dark's brain is melting because of how chaotic this game has been. Because that is not a castle I would ever advise. Your opponent is in the Imperial Age. I guess he forgot the army was there, but he's losing everything. Over here, he is sending villagers to go back to his farms. I was kidding when I said that. He's also ram pushing from the sides into Mihai's base with capped ram and lancers. So there is a lot happening, but his castle got denied, which is bad. Army into Dark's base, or Mihai's base, could be really good, though. He's clearing up the Scorpions. The vills are coming home for the farms. This castle needs to be deleted, though. You got to get that stone back at least. Cavalier's Mihai's choice of army, and I think Cavalier's the perfect choice here. Normally, you would want to go for Halb, but then you lack mobility. Cavalier could come in here and deal with this. I don't know exactly where the stables are. I don't think he has many, but he's working on it. I think he's just had 1 or 2. And the Cavalier will have super healthy upgrades as well. Dark is now on the way to Imp. And he didn't delete the castle. He did not delete that castle, so he lost the whole castle and those villagers there. Well, when you try and create the chaos, sometimes you create it for your enemy, sometimes you create it for yourself. I think Mihai is to credit. All the things that Mihai... Oh, wait, chat's telling me he did delete it. Did he? Okay. Sorry, I read one chat message that said he didn't, and I didn't see he had the stone, but I guess he dropped the castle back here, right? So he rebuilt it. So, thank you, chat. Well, I mean, he needs defense, but more than anything, he needs an army type that works. And so, I guess Halb? Halb would make sense. Cavalier, snipe the villagers there. Now Mihai is going to push this way. Dark is just split. He's going in reverse. He's going to have to go this way. He's he's going to have to go back to his base. He's like saving the resources for later. Smart. It's just so tough now to know what units to make and where to go with anything. But still, like, there's a lot of value for Mihai to just push the middle. I think he should start picking up on the fact his opponent is falling back towards his main base. That is super accessible for Mihai. He's just going to get the relic right now. Dark is trying to go kip checks from the left side. He's trying to go knights on the right side. And he will try and push this side. He definitely thinks Mihai is full focused on the left. Mihai still doesn't have a lot of Cavalier, but they are out there. And he'll drop a castle. Immediately start to treb this castle down. I think Dark needs to deny this castle somehow. If he denies this castle somehow, he has some safety. Castle from Dark is wild. Just waiting for Mihai's military to show up. He doesn't really have a lot of Cavalier. He has gone for the upgrades. The upgrades are really pricey, but still only has 9 Cavalier. Might not even need more than that, though, if he's got the trebs and the castles. The trebs in the castles is huge. Akira, it's unfortunately just impossible if we run 3 somewhat simultaneous leagues. We have 60 sets in each league. That would be 180 sets of play all 3s, which is whatever 180 times 3 is. I don't even feel like doing the math. It's impossible for me to cover every game. We'll have dedicated time for gold and for silver playoffs. So that will not be missed. I covered what I could in the early rounds, but when you host something like this, it's always with the understanding you're not going to be able to cover everything, you know? So other people other people hopefully will, but that's just how it goes. So I get your disappointment, but I hope you understand that just is the reality. Unless we cancel 3 months of other tournaments, and then other events don't happen, which would be really bad for the scene, so. And Mihai is clinging to life on the left side castle. I don't think he needs to save his castle. I think he has to just take down his opponent's castle. And if his opponent's castle is gone, he doesn't need a castle here anymore, because his Cavalier are there. Dark is struggling to repair both sides. And Dark taps out. What a crazy game, dude. It's one of those civs. If you play humans, you accept the risks of playing the humans. Everybody knew once the civ matchup came in that Dark was going to try the second TC. There's a couple things that maybe he could have done differently. Overall, I just think that's really good play for Mihai. He was through so quickly. And again, the impressive part wasn't actually the push, because a lot of people could just get the timing on the Rams in the first couple Scorpions. But look at the way he also mastered his eco as he did it. Like, he doesn't have a single farm, right? He waits. He gets the Castle Age. Double Siege Workshop. Has just enough for Bowsaw and for Horse Collar. And then gets all the farms in, right? Like, the perfect transition economically, too. And then, of course, he gets enough damage. He gets in. And then that second town center is not too far away. So you have to have everything. Because if you get the damage he did, but his eco is absolutely crap, this game went imp. Dark held on, and Dark would have had great opportunities. So, yeah, well played. I do think the thing for Dark is the Siege Workshop position. The first Siege Workshop position, that went down right away. That was ill-advised. The second Siege Workshop was better, this one. But that's just really good play for Mihai to take it down. And we just saw the risk of the strat, right? Like, one mangonel isn't enough to save you. It's just so tough. But yeah, Dark maybe feels like he needs to take the risks. Mihai has punished him. And Mihai up 2-0. I think it's really important for Dark to snag a victory now. If he could snag a victory, he could still stabilize, but getting swept in TTL can be really bad. That was Dark's home map. It'll be Reverse Acropolis for game number 3. That's Mihai's map. And Dark can compete. Dark likes the closed maps. I think most likely Dark is just going to play Vietnamese here, or Wei, or Georgians. All those civs are still really good. But he's lost with the Turks. He's lost with the Cumans. And Mihai's one with the Italians and one with the Romans. So, yeah, he definitely picked Spanish as more of his standard approach. And then you don't know until you're into the game what your opponent's going to do. Had he gone Romans and it was Romans against Vietnamese there, that's a really tough matchup for Romans. So it's a bit of a risk. Just guessing what type of strat your opponent's going to try. Yeah, Fun Spudge, I agree. But, like, think about how these games have played out for Mihai. Both these games, he's applied super early pressure. So it hasn't been a typical arena game. The water one was supposed to be just water and boom. That was a transport and man-at-arms. Right? That game there was, like, full siege push. So none of these games have been your typical arena game, which is what Dark usually would want. Wow, so Mihai goes for Spanish here. Some surprising things. I think there's a lot of mind games at play in between these two. Mihai's gone for the Spanish. Just to pull up the draft again. I thought, I guess I need to flip it. I thought that it was going to be the other way around. I thought we were going to maybe have like Persians for Mihai. And then we'd have like maybe Vietnamese for Dark. They have options there. But for me, Persians was definitely your more typical pick. Or Khmer. Mihai goes Spanish, so the first thought is immediately, will he get to Conquistadors? And I think that's very risky, but I suppose it is doable. With the Spanish walling bonus, you could maybe wall up here. This is reverse Acropolis, which is quite honestly the concept of normal Acropolis, but reversed. Shocker. Normal Acropolis, you're on the massive hill, and then everything else is lower elevation. Here, it's the opposite, so it's riskier to stay relaxed at the bottom of the hill. You'll eventually run out of wood, and you'll need the bigger wood lines and resources along the map. But this is a map that Fast Castles happened on before. That was in Gold League. I would be shocked if Fast Castle Conquistador was actually the plan for Mihai. But I also would be very, very confused if he were to play Spanish and not do it. It's like they're good, but they're not great. Like the building bonus isn't an amazing bonus. Blacksmith upgrades costing no gold. That's nice. But it's not like the way. Like the way on the other side, when they get their ecotechs, they get new vills, which means you can have a massive vill lead. And really solid units as well. So I don't know, man. I think, oh God, the draft is still up there. Sorry, chat. I just think that it's interesting how confused I've been with the draft. I'm sure both of these guys had their expectations going into each game as well. Yeah, just at me. The only person that added me was saying we should call it Inverse Acropolis. Thank you, Cassius, for letting me know. My bad. Someone on YouTube said something. He says, can you take that graphic down? Can't see shit. Sorry, Matt. My bad, dude. I'm dealing with a lot right now. We're tossing the drafts up so we don't have to do as much editing later. I've got Twitch chat and YouTube chat there. Alerts from both, too. Like John, thanks for subbing on YouTube. It's a lot of stuff going on here, so just one guy. But yeah, this concept was made, I think, by Young Panda. And we were looking through maps and seeing if there were any concepts that were really cool. And this was the one that we saw that we really liked. So the initial version was not nearly as balanced because I think it was just something that was kind of put on a shelf to collect some dust. And I saw this and I was like, this could be pretty decent. So I like it so far. I like it a lot. We've seen a variety of different strats. And it's not just Arabia, right? We want maps that have similarities to maps that people like, but where the meta's not figured out. Speaking of, we've got a Drush now from Mihai. So there he goes. 3 militia Drush. This might be super old school. So, try not to spam T90 dads in chat to make me sound old, but back in the day, okay, one of the common strategies was Drush, which is what this is, a Dark Age Rush. Full wall into Fast Castle. Now, it's really uncommon if you're going to try and play unique unit, even back then. But the idea is it's to buy time, potentially kill a Vil, but just buy time. By the time they killed your army, you're already walled at home and they can't do any counter damage. And then, yeah, and then you go to the superior age and make a superior unit. But it's not that common these days. And it's certainly not common from freaking Spanish, right? Like, we didn't know what was going to happen. And now the militia are here, and Dark he's got to adapt out of this. That was an insane save from Dark. He made that look really easy. So he saves the Vil. He's going to make his own militia. Dark is amazing with Vil Wars, but this one villager is a little far away. But when you lose your scout with this build, you can't block anymore. Dark's eco is very messy, though. He's got a lot of idols inside the TC. He doesn't have any food underneath the town center. I think this rush has worked, even though he didn't kill anything. It's done enough. Especially against the Wei, because the Wei want their eco techs. Dark is looking rough, man. Like, those Vils need to be working. What's going on? I'll go out to the deer now. What is this? How did she get here? I mean, she might end up being really important, but like, there's just this random blue villager just chilling out here, eating a deer outside the enemy walls. The strat might be man-at-arms forward archers. I just don't know how long she's been there. But there she is. Super messy game. Dark really needs some food right now. And he won't have any eco technology, so his eco is just a genuine mess. He can't even get man-at-arms. Now, he did lose 2 sheep. At one point, Mihai stole the sheep, so maybe that was part of it. But, like, I think if Mihai just played Feudal Age into skirmishers, he's okay. But now he's... Well, now he's... Dark, don't place that tower. Even that tower I'm not a fan of for reasons I'll explain. But yeah, now he's going for the fast castle. Drush fast castle conquistadors? All right, I'm going to tell you why you don't build this tower. Because your enemy can hit through the wall. So, realistically, that's what Mihai could do. It could be a villager there attacking the wall. Maybe even 2. And then you can't do any counterplay, yeah. And when the tower's up, you also can't shoot it. But Man-at-Arms is on the way. Dark is fixing the eco. Dark wants to go for the archer range after the tower. I would have just preferred to get the archers out over the tower. But you need to do what you can. And you want to do as much as humanly possible because you know your opponent's going for one of the deadliest units in the game. I like the forward. I like the man-at-arm forward against the Spanish. That is a good adaptation. And it's just so risky for Mihai. And Mihai won't have the resources to go Castle Age very easily. Man-at-Arms and Scouts just sinking damage into the house. Now we have a counter tower from Mihai. Good call. Dark's tower is going to be battered down by that one villager. You build it one tile further back, and then it's a completely different situation. But he'll build the archer range. Eco is still not great, but he does have an army. And Mihai can't stay the same. I think Mihai needs to rely on the market. Mihai needs to rely on stonewalls here. No reason why you can't just stonewall this. Yep, perfect. But, like, this tower is a complete waste. That's just a bad tower. There's no other way to say it. He'll make an archer here and sit it behind the tower so the villagers can't batter it down, though. But the fact that your tower is that weak is a real problem if Mihai ever wants to build a counter tower to just shoot it down. All the extra stone that Dark has is being sunk into repairs. Oh, he tried to tower hop. Sometimes you can jump through the diagonal, which I saw chat was pointing out. So maybe that's why he placed the tower. Maybe it was for a tower hop. The tower's there. The tower's opening up the opportunity for the units to get in. Mihai is desperate to go to Castle Age. He's dropping stone walls. Needs to complete those walls. Dark really needs fletching. His eco's been at the limit, though. He'd have to idle his TC. I think stopping producing Vils just to get the army upgrades would be worth it. And Mihai's like, come on, man. Give me the food. Give me the food, please. All this pressure from Dark is insane. Look how many weak vills are getting rotated back. This is without fletching, too. All right, click up. Okay, Mihai's on the way. So he's Spanish. Sorry, he's not the way, but you know what I mean. He's on the way. He's hoping his castle will be on the way. That would be crazy. Imagine he sends the vills now, walks around, drops a castle in Dark's face. I think that's a little too ambitious, though. I think maybe a defensive castle to shoot the tower down, which I guess did more than I initially thought. Maybe I judged it a little hard. Mihai still collected more resources this game, but the efficiency should be far worse for him now. And the upgrade should still be coming in for Dark. So Dark's resources collected will be much higher. Mihai might have to tower to save his market. Losing your market could be extremely painful. He's got a lot of bills around. He's also running out of stone. Ooh. Ooh. So wait, he's going to run out of stone. He's preemptively trying to buy the stone so he can have enough for a castle. He's not going to save the market. The market's going to go down. He needs to buy that stone quickly here. He doesn't have any more stone. He needs to buy it. He needs to buy it. Archer's underneath the tower. Nice play from Dark. Mihai, you got to buy that stone. Mihai, your market. Your market. Your market. Buy the stone. Oh, my freaking God. Okay, he buys the stone. I think he calculated it, but I was nervous. Realistically, you just want the gold. You are going to need to have another market at some point. And he's up. So it was kind of painful getting here, but he didn't lose any villagers. Here comes the army from Dark because he sees it. We have some walls and gates from Mihai. He loses one vill now. The men-at-arms are running around. The archers are running around. No, Mihai, no. That's so good from Dark. Like, he felt like if he let this castle go up, he would be completely screwed. This army was probably going to die to whatever comes out of that castle anyways. So he just sends all the pressure. Delaying this is so nice because his economy's firing. It's still messy, though. If conquistadors ever get over there, it's problematic. But Mihai has to go... Oh, God, guys. He doesn't have a market, so he can't even buy wood to make a scorpion. Losing that market was so bad. I think what the better play there could have been, you tower to save your market, and then the rest changes dramatically. Dark is also blocking the castle foundation with a stable, which means the villagers can't really build the whole time. Still archers around firing. Another villager gets killed. Dark will be completely fine with his castle going up as long as he kills more vills. He's running away now. He's killed 4 vills. He has the man-at-arms there too. And kills a 5th vill. Now he kills a 6th vill. And it's going to be a 7th vill. And he still doesn't have a market. So he can't even buy food to make a conch. Losing the market was so bad. And for Dark, this is great. Because if he can win this, losing 2-1 isn't too bad. First conch is on the way. And this guy needs to just ignore this and run forward. You need to be getting some counter damage as quickly as possible. 1 conquistador and a 4 HP militia walk into a bar. But no, seriously, you can't wait around any longer. Dark is crazy, though. Like, now he's running through? I mean, he kind of figured there wouldn't be any conchs back here, so why not? Alright, well, I mean, he'll lose these vills, but now he needs to defend himself. And it can work. Dark has no army. Dark has 0 army. 0 army, 0 towers. Imagine tower defense here. It's a wide open base. He's chopped so many of the trees. What is this game? But yeah, conchs can end the game, man. Conchs kill vills so fast. I expected some resistance from Dark, and there's nothing. Like some skirms or something. But I think he's waiting for Jean Bays, but that's so risky. Here he is. He's fleeing on this left side. Because does he know about a wood line? He doesn't know about any of that, dude. He might never find that wood line. Oh my goodness. Why is Dark fleeing to the sides like this is bypass part 2? You're not humans anymore, bro. It's the same thing as last game. Only worse, he doesn't know what's over here. Oh my god, he's running into the darkness on both sides, just praying to find anything. And Mihai's like, where are you, bro? Like, this is a complete wasteland. He's not going to the north, but he's going this way, and oh, what a find. What a find. There's not enough time for the Jean Bays to arrive. These vills will all die. Oh, man. I thought Dark could do this. I thought if he had some army at home just waiting a couple towers, he could do this. And now it's 31 vills for Mihai, and it's 29 for Dark. And if these vills ever get found, then even bigger problems. Dark is also producing the Jean Bays from home, which can be good, but also it gets really difficult to group up your units. Mihai's economy has improved. It has balanced out. And his base is protected with walls and a castle. And Dark is so paranoid right now. He thinks the conquistadors are going over here, and they're actually right here. And so more villagers exposed, more snipes from the conquistadors. And I'm actually curious if Mihai ever checks this way, because that's a long distance to check. He'll probably never find it, but at a certain point, he's going to realize that Dark doesn't have wood. Mihai's also checking. I think he wants a town center, because this is looking pretty rough for his wood line, so he's double checking. I think we'll see him build a TC on that wood line. And yeah, he's fine. Like, game number 1 and game number 2. Game number 1 was amazing play for Mihai. Game number 2 was amazing play for Mihai, but also really risky strategy from Dark. But here, it was a rough opening from Dark. He had to turn it around. But I'm just shocked after he did that much damage that he didn't brace himself for conks. Oh no, the vills were found. He was checking the wood lines. He finds it. He killed more villagers. This group of conks is 12 kills. I don't think it was all there. I only saw 2 or 3 bodies. Yeah, it's smart though, because he knew himself that he was looking for a wood line. He killed the vills there. He didn't see anything on wood down here. It can be a good unit to make, the Jean Bay, but you need to get bloodlines. 36 HP against conquistadors is like... let's see. Having 36 HP and fighting conquistadors is like... I don't know. Being me and fighting anyone who has any experience in any type of combat. It would not look good, okay? And, oh god, it's not looking for the villagers. More villagers going down. It's 2 town centers for Mihai. Beautiful micro before ballistics comes in. And he's just going to trade the conks off for a couple more vills. 22 villager kills for Mihai and more army where that's come from. What a turnaround. This is the storyline with Dark. Right? He's like not as consistent as some of the other players. Both in when he plays, but also in the shape he's in. And that last season, top 4 was crazy. Beating Yo, beating Tato, beating Viper. But I knew when I was making my fantasy team, for example, that I didn't want to pick him because I wasn't sure what he was going to bring week to week. Next week, week after, might turn it up because he will have to. But this is an amazing start for Mihai. A 3-0 to start the group stage is great. And it just continues to look worse and worse for Dark. Like, there he kills 2 vills. 3 vills. Okay, so that's good. Actually, that's really good. What I thought was going to happen is Mihai was going to then kill these vills. But that's not happening. And there's a stable for Dark. And he can get bloodlines. He has 19 Jean Bays. Still 1 town center, but he could maybe solve that. Where are these vills going now? I think he's scared they're about to get raided. But, yeah, he's expecting an army there. But they're not there yet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is so unlucky. You were right. Your game sense was right. You were thinking the right things. No. No, and now the conks are actually here. Oh my goodness. The whole wood line will die. That is just so unfortunate. He knew that army was going to be there. He looked everywhere for it. And then he just got the timing wrong. That's crazy, man. And that's how punishing competitive AoE could be. Had the army, knew the conks would be there, but was too fast or too slow. I'm not sure which. 50 villagers now for Mihai. 31 villagers for Dark as he finally gets bloodlines. And I do like Jean Bays against Conks. I just don't like the eco situation. Good counter damage there from Dark. Mihai's got another town center over here. And Mihai has walked forward with Scorpions, which are really nice against the Jean Bays. Cav Archer has 6 base attack. So Cav Archer does a bit better, and it's very noticeable when you're up against Siege. The first volley from the Jean Bays has the extra like arrow, but then they need to recharge that. So the first arrow is fine against Siege, but the others are just not. Yeah, Conquistadors really could benefit from Bloodlines as well. Maybe the armor upgrades for Mihai, but I think the economy can just win him this game. This will get awkward for him, though, because he has these 3 Conquistadors, and then he's got Scorpions that are all dying. So maybe this is where Dark could start to turn it around, but he needs a wood line. Like, he needed a town center up here, or over here, or somewhere. I'm just shocked at how... Like I said in game 1 that sometimes Dark just doesn't panic. And in situations I would panic. But then here it's like you need a little bit of urgency. You need panic. Panic is good in this case because you actually prep some army. I teamed with Dark in the 2v2 tournament. We made the finals of Silver, and I'd look over at him. This one map was sudden death. And he's got like 5 siege elephants going towards his TC, and he's in feudal age. And he's depending on me to save him. And I'm like, dude, repair your TC. Like, please. And he's like, it's fine. It's fine. I'm like 33 years old. I'm supposed to be the mature, experienced one. And then Dark is 20 years old. And then Dark's the calm one. And I'm the one who's freaking out under pressure. But I mean, it's a good personality mix. It's good for team play. But here he needs somebody telling him to prepare for the Conquistadors, man. Because then this will happen. 73 villagers against 40. The only way he has a chance is if he wins every fight. Every engagement now. Which is actually quite doable with 24 Jean base. If he had a Mangonel with the Jean base and could flatten the Scorpions first, maybe he could push the TCs as well. Siege Workshop could be really good here. What I'm surprised by with Mihai is he out of... Oh my god, he's out of gold. Kind of. So like... So he ran out of gold, which is why he hasn't made... Oh no, he has some conks here. So he is making more. And he's getting bloodlines and he's getting husbandry. And he has this gold here for now. So... And that whole group of Jean Beige just gets jumped on by the conks. Conks say goodbye, good night, and GG. Well, this was a weird one. This was definitely a weird game. It was a really fun series to watch. I think Mihai was far more consistent, and he had some really unique game plans. Break down Mihai's game plans in the series. You had game 1, transports, man-at-arms, forward archers, tower play, into a castle drop in the middle. That was crazy. Game 2, not only was it like a siege push, which melted Dark and gave him a big lead, but followed it up. He had a really big boom and a good economy behind it. And then here, I mean, this was probably his shakiest game, but he turned it around, right? And sometimes that's part of it. You have to be able to turn it around if things go awkwardly for you. And I mean, the core of the strategy worked. My thing, though, it's like everyone knows the Conquistadors are going to be an insane unit. That's not a surprise to anybody. But after you do that much eco damage, after you harass that much and kill 7 vills, and you're the way with more eco, what I'd like to see is I'd like to see immediate reaction here. But, you know, as I'm looking at it, guys, I didn't realize in the moment, but let's just look at Dark's economy and think about what he can do. This is actually kind of brutal. He doesn't have a market. He doesn't have a lot of gold. I think he should be making skirmishers from this range. So you make skirmishers in this range, you make a second archer range, you make skirms. But he doesn't have a market, so like buying guard tower is kind of tricky. And just, yeah, I would still like to see a couple skirms at least. Or you just build the market, right? Just build the freaking market, and then you could do it. But yeah, it was always going to be a complicated timing. I think if you wait too long, then you just say, well, I need to go for Jean Bays because I'm a minute away from Castle Age. But, man, great game. Great game for Mihai. What an opening. That puts a lot of pressure on Dark because Dark is far from being the favorite in the group. I would expect, though, that Dark is going to perform much better than he did today. And shake off the rust because what we were able to see from him in previous seasons. Let's sum up the day, look through the results, answer questions, talk about the prediction contest, see who's in the lead with the predictions and whatnot. But a good day. And we're halfway through the first round. We will have tomorrow 3 sets, the day after 3 sets, and then by then everyone will have played their first round. In Group A, we had a lot of 3-0s in Group A. Barles and Tata was always going to be the closest set. Is that tomorrow? That's in 2 days. That will be on Monday. In Group B, we have Hart and Vinchester. I think that's one of the sets that's happening tomorrow. So Hart and Vinchester to see who can compete in maybe the Group of Death. In Group C, ACCM Lewis was an awesome series earlier today. Definitely rewatch that one if you haven't. We have to see Nika versus Running and Sebastian versus Andy. Again, I'll go over the schedule, but it looks like Sebastian and Andy is on Monday. Nikov and Running is also on Monday. And then Group D, we just saw Mihai versus Dark. We know how that lines up. And then we got Sato Dragonstar, which any set with Dragonstar I'm super curious on because he maybe trains more than anyone and does some crazy things. We'll see that tomorrow. And then we got Viper Vivi. I think Viper Vivi is tomorrow, mods, if we could confirm. Maybe not mods, our base. I know Viper and Vivi got pushed around a little bit because he was sick. And so I don't know if we'll be doing a live set. Maybe, he played with Vivi at a different time. So all the sets, if they are Rex, we cover as live, of course, anyways. But I think that might not even be confirmed yet. It's scheduled to be played tomorrow if Viper feels well. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's fine. Apparently he's been really sick. Not just like cough. So if we have to flex it a little bit, we will, but we're being pretty strict. We want 1 set a week. In Titans League seasons in the past, we had some situations where people would play like 2 to 3 sets in 1 week, and that just fell out of place. So let me just be a little egotistical here and pull up my predictions so far with the prediction contest, shall we? What did I predict? Damn it! So I predicted everything yesterday correct, and then I predicted everything today correct until the last set. Now, if you predict the right winner, so in this case, I predicted Mihai would win 2-1. You still do get a point if you get the right winner of the set, but you get the bonus points if you predict the specifics. So that makes game 3 so much more painful. Dark, why didn't you make skirms, bro? This will be updated. This leaderboard will be updated every day, and we can follow along. We also have the fantasy teams as well, and apparently we had like 1,200 submissions or something like that. So, but yeah, to everyone who submitted, appreciate it. We also have the probabilities page, which I think the spacing is kind of weird if I do this. Yeah, so we'll just switch that over real quick. The probabilities page isn't important for Platinum right now. Everything's still to play for, but the probabilities gets more interesting. The probabilities gets way more interesting as we get into the deeper rounds. So if you look at like gold and silver, because they're ahead, you could really start to look at this now for, say, Group A and silver and see where people are likely going to end up. So this is a super cool tool. And what you can also do is you can input what could happen to get a feel for what the chances end up being there. So feel free to check it out. Also, on this page, we have the new merchandise. We've got hoodies. We've got mouse pads. We've got zipper hoodies, which someone wanted for years. We've got mugs, all reasonably priced. I get a couple bucks from each one if you want to support it and get something in return. I don't know exactly what shipping. I've had some people ask and say, like, what's the shipping like to Finland? Don't know. I think a lot of the items come from the US or Europe. There will, of course, be like some shipping or fees or something. You just got to have the check. But yeah, I pretty much put the price point of all the items so I get something, but it's nothing major. It's a good way to support the event and get something in return. All right. To everyone who subbed, thank you so much. Even on YouTube as well. We've had some people subbing there. I know, especially on YouTube, I don't really have the Twitch emotes, and I just haven't streamed as consistently there, so means a lot. Thank you to the primes on Twitch and all the resubs here. If I missed anybody today, I'm sorry. But I think I got most people, honestly. Like, I could thank Pokey now and Hera88, thank you, Dadgoo, Wordy, Tazan, thank you, seriously. And also, thanks for rolling with me with the punches of getting used to some of the features on the site, getting used to streaming on both platforms, and blah 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 blah, all that stuff. It's a lot, but I've had fun so far. All right. Any questions? Feel free to ask. But yeah, that's it for me today, guys. We're back tomorrow. We should have the schedule up here if that's correct. Nope, that's actually, that would never be correct. Well, the schedule tomorrow I'll read off for you here. I don't think we have a scene that says the schedule for the next day until it is the next day. Schedule for tomorrow is damn, we have a lot of stuff tomorrow. I obviously can't cast all this, but look at this. This is all Silver, Gold, and Platinum League. That's like 12 sets. I'm going to be doing Platinum, so we'll do Sato Dragonstar first set. Second set is then Hart vs. Vinchester. Third set is Viper Vivi. All right? So that's what the plan is for tomorrow. If you want to cast or watch some of the Silver League and Gold stuff, there might be some other creators covering that. T9 Unofficial, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're asking a question you know the answer to, right? He says, TTL noob question, what is a group in Titans League and how do they work? I think you're asking a question you know the answer to. I'm going to assume. And this is maybe where chat laughs because it's funny. I don't know. Will you play in TTL Community Cup? I don't know, Bender. The Community Cup will... What I don't want to do is sign up for my own Community Cup and not be able to play it. And I am going to Red Bull in April, so I would like to, but I would only do it if high-level players signed up that would match my level. And then also if I had the time to play it. So we'll see. I'd like to, though. I'd also like to cast games from the Community Cup, cast some Mud League finals and stuff, but there'll be a lot of things coming, so I'm not entirely sure right now. Today I saw someone going by the name T90's other uncle. I mean, I do have another uncle, but I don't think he games. T90's other uncle from Germany. I found the profile. There's 1,600 elo. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is not one of my uncles, but that's funny. I'll have to send some text messages, but I appreciate that. That's funny. I wonder if people wonder if that's him, but maybe it's a long lost uncle or something. T90 Unofficial. If you genuinely don't know what the groups are, you can use the Platinum commands and it shows the groups. You got a group of players and their positions are all explained on Liquipedia as to where they go after the group stage. Forgive me if I don't believe you though, because you're here a lot. And I just assumed that you would know that. So, because I think you're trolling me, check Liquipedia, my man. Look through it. But yeah, group stage is for the next couple weeks before we move into the playoffs in March. All right. The Low Elo Cup, the Community Cup, starts soon after Titans League ends, late March. So if you want to play in that, you have plenty of time to sign up. So I won't be talking about it a ton right now. But you can use the TTLC command, and Arbase just pinned it if you want to join the Discord. But we have a month and a half until that begins. I would love to get over what we had last time, which was 305 or 310 players. So that's my goal. All right. Anyways, take care, everybody. Sorry if I missed somebody. Appreciate the love. It was a good day. We'll be back tomorrow with more. YouTube uploads will all go up on in 4K on the Extras channel. And you always have the VODs. Appreciate it, everybody. See you tomorrow. Look at the variety of units. For red, we have five hussars, 7 condos, 7 pikes, 8 calves, 8 crossbowmen, 13 swordsmen, 20 skirms, 1 treb, 7 scorpions, 2 monks, 3 cav archers, 8 hand cannons. Nothing can kill us. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. That is AI army. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 8 pikes, 8, 2 calves. He's just got so much. He's just got so much. AI army. 2, 3, 7, 5 monks, 13, 1, 3, 8 grab, 7 condos, 7 condos. Counter everything. That is AI army. Okay, so blue still hasn't clicked up to the next stage. Blue has 7 militia. Make it 15. Dude, blue, you need to cool with the militia, dude. T90 always says, continue to produce as much as possible. Okay, blue, stop it. Stop it. Just for a second, dude. Stop. You can just settle down. You don't need more. Adding more doesn't do anything for you. He's adding even more. This might set a record. Okay, actually, I take it back. Round it out at 20 for me. You can't stop at 19. Okay, blue, live your dream. I just wonder how much red's going to freak out when he shows up to his opponent's base and sees militia. Meanwhile, red has a castle, has a barracks, has a stable, has an archer range. You are seeing right here what it is like to be in the mind of a low elo player. Watch this. 5 hussars, 7 condos, 7 pikes, 8 calves, 8 crossbowmen, 13 swordsmen, 20 skirms, 1 treb, 7 scorpions, 2 monks, 3 cav archers, 8 hand cannons. Nothing can kill us. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. That is AI army. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 8 pikes, 8, 2 calves. He's just got so much. He's just got so much. AI army. 2, 3, 7, 5 monks, 13, 1, 3, 8 grab, 7 condos, 7 condos. Counter everything. That is AI army. 1 militia, 3 militia, 7 militia, 8 militia, 12 militia, 15 militia. AI army. 2, 3, 7, 5 militia, 1, 3, 8, 13 militia. Stop it, militia, everything. That is AI army. This is why you watch low elo legends. Just random, crazy, wacky stuff that at higher ranks people would get punished for, but low elo anything can happen.